Well, there's John. Hi, John.
Happy birthday, John.
Wow, thanks.
Happy birthday, John.
That's
It's done.
Today's John's birthday?
I think yesterday was his
Oh.
Test.
yeah, thanks.
Test one. 1.
Are we doing on time? Okay. Good evening. A study session with the City of San Dimas, starting at 5:30 today. Pursuant to the Governor's Executive Order dated March the 17th of 2020, the City Council is authorized to hold meetings via teleconferencing and to make meetings accessible electronically to all members of the public seeking to observe and to address this legislative body. All Brown Act provisions that require the physical presence of the City Council members or the public for City Council meetings are waived. At this time, we normally have oral communications. What I would like to do is, unless somebody some member of the council has some concerns, I'd like to waive oral communications until after the staff has presented the staff report on this issue. The study session is a request to initiate a general plan amendment and zone change to allow the development of 7 lots, single-family residential subdivision with a minimum lot size of 7,500 square feet, or on the properties located at 327 East Baseline. Any objections from any of the council? No.
Mr. Mayor, the only thought I would have is perhaps asking members of the public if anyone had a question that they'd like staff to address as they make their presentation. So maybe it could be, if they don't want to hear the presentation, then I understand, I think, where we're trying to go. Just if there's a question, to get it ahead of time so we can address it as we go through the presentation.
Any problem with that, Mr. City Attorney?
I don't have a problem with that, but the staff can answer questions after the staff report as well.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it that way, because it's going to be the questions are going to be already answered during the staff report, and when they call in, they can answer it. Okay, I understand that. All right, so right now we'll have the staff report.
Mayor, before we do that, can I ask the city clerk to take the roll call too?
Oh, I'm sorry.
We do have a council member absent.
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone,
Here.
Councilmember Ebner,
I'm here.
Councilmember Vienna,
Present.
Councilmember Weber. Oh, that's right, he's late. Mayor Pro Tem Mayor Badar.
Here.
The record will reflect 4 council members are in attendance.
Okay, staff report.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to hand it over to Ken Fichtelman, our assistant planner, to present this item.
All right, Mayor and council members, we're here tonight in consideration of a general plan amendment and zone change for a proposed subdivision on Cherokee Court. The applicant is requesting the general plan amendment and zone change in conjunction with the subdivision of 2 existing properties into 7 single-family lots. The property highlighted in red on the map is 327 East Baseline. It's actually 2 lots, both under the same address, for a total size of 1.54 acres. The property is currently zoned single-family agriculture, 16,000. Current general plan designation is single-family very low, which allows for 0.2 to 3 units per acre. And there is 1 existing residence at the front of the southern lot for both lots. This is a map of the current general plan. You can see that the 2 lots in the middle are zoned the same as the lots across Cherokee and the ones directly to the west. Those are all the single family very low. The golden color that's a little farther out to the east and west and to the south is single family low. And the red above are the commercial properties that border Foothill. Zoning map for the property closely follows the general plan map. The golden color are single-family agriculture, 16,000. The lighter tan-colored parcels are all single-family, 7,500. And the magenta properties to the north are commercial highway. For the proposal is for a vesting or tentative vesting tract map for 7 single-family lots. The lot size on the proposed lots varies from 7,920 square feet to 11,293 square feet. Gross density for the project would be 5 units an acre. And for the proposed project to proceed, we'd need a general plan amendment to single-family low that allows for 3.1 to 6 dwelling units an acre, and a zone change to single family 7,500. The area outlined in red is the proposed area that we are looking to apply the general plan change and zone change. You will notice it is larger than the 2 lots along Cherokee that we're proposing for subdivision. There are 19 total lots affected. 8 of those lots currently already meet the general plan and municipal code for SF 7500 and are currently non-conforming to both the general plan and zoning.
Are any of those lots involved there horse property?
Of these, no, they're too small for horse property. The SFA lots that we are looking at could be horse property, although for all but one, they are too close to other residences to have horses put on them.
So right now there are no horses involved in
They're
this?
not affecting any existing horse properties.
Thank you.
There are 7 lots on the east side of Cherokee Court, which are already developed with SF 7500 standards. Those were built in 1989. The lot size is about 15 to 16,000 per lot, but the setbacks and lot coverage all meet the SF 7500 zone. This would be our proposed general plan map. We'd be looking to change the properties on the east side of Cherokee Court as well as the subject properties on the west side. There are 3 lots that currently run up the middle off baseline between Cherokee and Walnut. We would be looking to change the general plan zoning on. And then on the east side, or I'm sorry, west side of North Walnut, since those are already non-conforming, we would be looking to change the general plan designation on those as well. Proposed zoning, we are again changing the zoning for those 3 lot areas. This would create a single contiguous single-family 7,500 zone from the east side of Dixie all the way through to the west side of North Walnut Avenue. I'd also like to point out that one of the properties we're looking at is on the north side of Cherokee Court. That one, for some reason, is, even though it has been developed with a single-family residence, it is still has a general plan designation of commercial, so we'd be changing that as well. So with that, staff recommends that the City Council find that there is merit to allow the submittal of formal applications to request a general plan amendment and zone change and the associated development applications. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, when staff looks at a piece of property, do they ever look at it? Because I think that our arena numbers that were low and moderate and low income property, do you look at property and say, is this property appropriate for low and moderate income, or is that up to the developer to decide?
It's both. It's up to developer to actually build the housing, but it's up to staff to identify locations. Because these, though, would be zoned for single families, they wouldn't be appropriate for very low and low income. Those are normally only apartments, and high density apartments at that. So we wouldn't be looking at these to make a dent in those particular arena categories.
Yeah, I'm assuming that you assume that this property wasn't appropriate for low and moderate income.
We don't feel that the street Cherokee and the width of that, the lot is not very deep. We don't see any way that the residents would be happy and we'd be happy with a high-density residential project on that street.
Okay, I agree with you. Thank you.
Can I understand that the street width will be widened by 10 feet or so?
The street width will stay basically the same. They will increase the radius of the cul-de-sac at the top. There will be 10 feet that would be, 8 or 10 feet that would be given to the city so we could put a sidewalk on the side. So we wouldn't be increasing the street width, we'd be increasing the public right-of-way on the west side of Cherokee.
Okay.
And Ken, with that, with the sidewalk, I'm assuming we're going to put in some trees and some landscaping as we go through the sidewalk area?
Yes, we would insist that the developers fully landscape any public right-of-way.
And there's no anticipation of significant increases to traffic as we've had concerns on other streets with this particular project proposal?
Not really. It's only 7 houses, so even at a moderate increase in traffic, which would be like 5 trips a day per house, we're looking at 35 trips a day.
Awesome. Thank you.
And I had a quick question. It's just, you mentioned that the house that's on the property right now would be demolished as part of the project. That's understandable. Will that demolishing of the house wait until the zone change and general plan amendment have actually been approved? Or at what point will the houses be demolished or be allowed to be demolished?
Yes, it'd most likely be after the general plan, the zone change, and we'll also, as part of that, be running the vested tentative tract map at the same time. As soon as those were approved, they could apply for grading and demolition permits.
Thank you.
Is there a time frame for this process, for the zone change, what public hearings have to be done or anything?
We would have to go through public hearings. So if you give us the blessing tonight to proceed, we would move towards getting staff reports ready, working with the developer, because since it would be a vested tentative tract, we'd have to do some work with him to make sure that we're happy with the tract map, and reschedule it for public hearing sometime later this year.
About what time frame are we talking from tonight?
Probably 4 to 6 months from tonight.
4 to 6 months. Okay. All right. Any further questions? John, anything else?
No, thanks. It answers my questions.
Okay. This time it's going to be for oral communications. A member of the audience are invited to address the City Council on any item on this agenda. Under the provisions of the Brown Act, the legislative body is prohibited from taking or engaging in discussions on any item not appearing on this posted agenda. However, concerns can be referred to the staff and set for discussion at a later date. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes. Okay, I'm going to read this. It's just a little change. We're going to talk about this item. And just so we all are understanding, there will be 3 options of members of the public participation during oral communication. There will be 1 oral communication period at the beginning of the meeting for the public to comment on any matter on or off this agenda. Each speaker will have 1 3-minute opportunity to make their comments. At the 2-minute mark, staff will announce 1 minute remains. Public comments will not be taken during each individual agenda item, except for the public comment that will be taken separately from this public hearing agenda. Public comments will be taken in the following order. Written comments received by email before 4 4 o'clock today will be provided to the council, posted on our website, and acknowledged by name and topic, and added to the permanent record. In-person participants. Current orders provide that 15 people will be allowed in any room, any one room, and council members, staff, and members of the public will not exceed 15 persons required in the council chambers. A speaker card will be required to facilitate and track the number of participants in the council chambers. If you do not wish to list your name, you may be identified as speaker 1 or your number in the queue. The cards will be presented to the city clerk, who will call speakers to the podium in the order the cards were submitted. Once the 3 minutes have expired, speakers will exit the chambers using the double doors to the right of the podium and exit City Hall. Staff will be in the lobby monitoring the number of attendees and ushering the speakers into the chambers when the space permits. Phone participants may call 909-394-6206 before the closure of the public comment period. Public comments may also be submitted by logging onto the meeting through Zoom at the link provided in the agenda. Okay. John, do we have any callers?
I'm going to do in-person first.
Okay.
And Mayor, there were no written public comments sent through email for this topic.
Thank you.
Mayor, first speaker will be Stan Stringfellow.
Members of the council, members of staff, appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. I think that Ken has done a wonderful job of presenting our request during the study session. The staff has expanded this request a little bit beyond our initial request to correct some of the non-conforming uses within the city. So we're supportive of their effort to do that. We think that our vision of this is that we're just going to mirror what's on the east side of the street. The lots will have smaller backyards, but essentially we're just going to mirror what's on the other side of the street, and we think it's a great use for this property. So we'd appreciate the opportunity to have your approval to file this application and submit this map. Thank you.
Any additional speakers that are present? Deborah?
I have not been given any additional cards, Mayor.
Are we sure there's nobody out in the lobby? Thank you. John, can you go to telephone calls?
Mayor, at this time, there are no phone calls waiting.
Okay. All right, we'll go to any Zoom callers.
Thank you. We are now taking oral communications for those who are joining us through Zoom. If you wish to take part in oral communications and are joining us on an internet device, please locate the Zoom raise hand feature and click on the hand icon. For those who dialed into Zoom, press *9 on your phone now to raise your hand feature in the Zoom. If you will be identified by your screen name for internet devices and the last 4 digits of your caller ID for dialed in participants. Participants will be called upon one at a time in the order the hand was raised. When called upon, please unmute your microphone. To unmute from an internet device, click the microphone button at the bottom. From a phone, press *6.
Give it about a minute to see if anyone calls in. Or should I say zooms in? Okay, we'll bring it back to the council.
Mayor, after taking into account the generalized criteria and overriding principles for the council as outlined in the staff report, I would move that there is merit to allow the submittal of formal applications to request a general plan amendment and zone changes associated with the development applications.
Second.
John, did you second?
I did second, and with the comment very similar to what Ryan just said, the applicant has met all of the criteria that we have set to move this kind of application forward. We did that 5 or 6 years ago, and we've been working under that policy. And so, therefore, without talking about the merits of it, although I do think it's probably a some promising changes, but without going into merits, it passes all the tests to move forward, and so I would definitely second the motion.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Well, after reading the staff's report and looking at the property, I think there's merit to continue. This property, I'm very concerned about low and moderate income, and I don't think this property is suited for that type of project. So I would also second it. I think it's a worthwhile project.
That's a third.
Okay, I third it then.
I share Councilmember Bertone's concern for low moderate income housing and arena numbers, but I too agree that this property doesn't appear to be best suited for the use that we may need to find elsewhere. So
It's actually quite a nice neighborhood.
yeah.
Yes, yes.
Some very interesting houses around there.
Many different kinds of houses
Yeah,
are
different.
around there. I too visited the property late yesterday afternoon, and was quite surprised that the different housing structures are around, and that across the street was 16,000 square. And we're looking to do 7,500, and several years ago, as John said, we as a council started looking at 7,500 square feet as the minimum, and as we all see, this is, and I'm not sure that's something today that we shouldn't readdress, but in this particular matter, these houses fit that criteria, and subsequently I would be supportive of moving this down the line. We'll take a vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone,
Yes?
Councilmember Ebner,
Yes.
Councilmember Viana,
Yes.
Mayor Bedar.
Yes.
Motion carries by 4-0 vote.
Okay, before we adjourn, I just want to comment the way that we did it, bringing back the oral communication after the staff report on the project was for this meeting only, and will not go forward with the next city council meeting. The standard way we do city council meetings will be the same protocol, and I just thought it was important that the city have a chance, or the staff have a chance to get to the community about this, that would directly expect, that project in that area, and if they had any questions, give them an opportunity to ask the staff at that point in time. So I will entertain an adjournment for now till we come back at 7 o'clock for the regular council meeting.
So moved.
Fine.
Okay, good night. Thank you.
April?
Good evening. The regular session of the San Dimas City Council meeting will come to order. Could I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone.
Here.
Councilmember Ebner.
Here.
Councilmember Vienna.
Here.
Councilmember Weber.
Here.
Mayor Bedar.
Here.
Record will reflect all council members are in attendance.
Please rise for the pledge. Ready? Again. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Tonight we have a proclamation proclaiming April Donate Life Month in San Dimas. Whereas organ, tissue, marrow, and blood donations are life-giving acts recognized worldwide as expressions of compassion to those in need, and whereas more than 108,000 individuals nationwide and more than 21,000 in California are currently on the National Organ Transplant waiting list, and on average 17 people a day die while waiting. Whereas the need to donate organs is especially urgent in Hispanic, Latino, and African American communities. Whereas a single individual's donation of the heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, pancreas, and small intestines can save up to 8 lives. Donations of tissues can save and heal the lives of up to 75 others. Whereas deceased organ donors saved more than 33,000 lives last year, the most ever. Whereas any person can register to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor regardless of age or medical condition. Whereas over 17 million Californians have signed up with the state authorizing Donate Life California Donor Registry to ensure their wishes to be an organ, eye, or tissue donor are honored. And whereas the California residents can sign up with Donate Life California Donate Registry when applying for or renewing their driver's license, their ID cards at the California Department of Motor Vehicles. Whereas California residents can sign up Donate Life California Donor Registry online at any time by visiting www.donatelifecalifornia.org. Now, therefore, I, Emmett G. Badar, Mayor Pro Tem Dennis Bertone, Council Members John Ebner, Ryan Vienna, and Eric Weber, hereby proclaim the month of April 2021 as DMV Donate Life Month in the city of San Dimas. In witness thereof, I, Mayor Emmett G. Badar, have hereon set my hand and caused the seal of the city of San Dimas to be affixed this 23rd day of March 2021. Okay, we'll go to oral communications. Members of the audience are invited to address the City Council on any item on this agenda or not on this agenda. Public comment will be not taken during each individual agenda item except for public hearing items. Comments on public hearing items will be heard when the item is scheduled for discussion. Under the provisions of the Brown Act, the legislative body is prohibited from engaging in discussion on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. However, your concerns may be referred to a staff or set for discussion at a later date. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes. This will be the only oral communication period, with the exceptions of public hearings. The directions for public comment period. There will be 3 options for members of the public to participate during oral communications. There will be 1 oral communication period at the beginning of this meeting for public to comment on any matter on or off the agenda. At the 2-minute mark, staff will announce 1 minute remains. Public comment will not be taken during each individual agenda item, except that public comments will be taken separately for public hearing agenda items. Public comments will be taken in the following order. Written comments received by email before 4 o'clock will be provided to the City Council, posted on the website, and acknowledged by name and topic and added to the permanent record. In-person participants. Current order provides that only 15 people are allowed in any one room. Council members, staff, and members of the public will not exceed 15 persons required required in the council chambers. A speaker card will be required to facilitate and track the number of participants in the council chambers. If you do not wish to list your name, you may identify as Speaker 1 or your number in the queue. The cards will be presented to the city clerk, who will call speakers to the podium and in order the cards were submitted. Once 3 minutes has expired, speakers will exit the chambers using the double doors to the right of the podium and exit City Hall. Staff will be in the lobby monitoring the number of attendees and ushering out the speakers into the chambers as space permits. Phone participants may call 909-394-6206 before the closure of the public comment period. Public comment may also be submitted by logging onto the meeting through Zoom at the link provided in the agenda. Okay, open for telephone calls. Oh, no, public? Nobody in the public, I'm sorry. Okay, John? Oh, I'm sorry.
Mayor and council members, the city clerk's office received public comment emails from Joe Hovmeyer, Crystal Dixon, Letitia B., and Lisa Thomas, and May Pan, all in support for the Pioneer Square project. Also received from Amanda Lee was an email regarding the Humane Society as well as the Gold Line update. And an email was also received from Betty Jean Lamb regarding the Via Verde Ridge Homeowners Association. All of those emails have been posted on the website and provided to council.
Thank you. We have no one, still have no one here? Okay, thank you. John, do we have any callers in the queue?
Thank you for calling. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, this is Gary Enderly. I would like to make some comments on your last meeting of March the 9th, SP11. First of all, thank you to Ken in the planning department and the city manager, Chris, for their help in dealing with the issues facing our HOA. At the last meeting, the mayor said that one of the reasons he didn't talk to people about the grading was because of his past experience with developers and their misleading statements. The people that wanted to talk to him on these issues of SP11 were not developers, but rather caring residents of San Dimas, which he's supposed to be representing. What is the real reason he wouldn't talk to the citizens of San Dimas? Also, Mayor Bader, at the end of the meeting, gave his explanation on why he didn't talk to either sides of this issue. Then he said that he got several phone calls and emails, and none of them wanted to see the view shed taken away. So what was it? You did talk to people or you didn't talk to people? He followed that with a pre-prepared written statement on his position of allowing the grading. That would indicate that he made up his mind way before he even walked into the council meeting. So whatever people said during that meeting didn't make a difference, just wasted our time. Councilmember Weber stated that he talked on the phone with both Zach and myself once, a couple of times at least. The truth of the matter is that he never talked to Zach, and I only talked to him once on October 6th, 2020, and I couldn't really talk about SP11 because all he did was chew my ass off because our attorney found out that Councilmember Weber received $2,500 donation from Mr. Begin, who is requesting the grading change. Where's the transparency? He should have disclosed this at the beginning and would have solved a lot of the problems. I met once with him at my house back in September 2020 when we first found out that SP11 was going on the agenda, and I set up that meeting, not him. That was the only contact I had with him in regards to SP11. Councilman Weber told both of our architectural chairman and myself that he was in an HOA himself but would never be on one again. What does it mean when dealing with HOAs in our city and the effect of any decision he may make? Does that have anything to do with does that have nothing to do with him not working with the association, or does it? I have to tell you that I'm very much concerned and feel that his comments at the last meeting were inconsistent and hurtful to our association. Councilmember made about our association and at the last council meeting. As I previously mentioned, our board of directors are all volunteers and we do our best to meet the needs of all residents within our HOA.
Thank you, sir. Your time has expired. Thank you very much.
Next.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Jan Bartolo, and I'm calling to comment on the discussion which took place again at the last City Council meeting regarding proposed changes to SP 11. I have to share I was rather disappointed with the City Council's discussion, as there was an insinuation that some council members had in fact spoken with the Villa Verde Homeowner Association board members. And other than a few random calls to individual board members, this was not a topic of conversation or anything that was agendized on the Homeowners Association board meeting, and nor did we have any representation from either the mayor or any city council members as far as attendance to come and discuss and have a meeting with the full board at hand. Clearly, it seems like this might have been a more effective means of obtaining input representing the whole of the Villa Verde Ridge community. Then the 1,000 cubic yard number that apparently the City Council seemed to settle on, in my perspective, appeared to be an arbitrary number, somewhat pulled out of the air. You had a staff member trying to assist with the visualization of the scope of the extent of that amount of soil by using approximations in the City Council chambers, and it really seems like that was not quite educated basis to make an informed decision. Clearly, each individual lot has different topography, and the impact of cutting, moving, grading, or importing 1,000 cubic yards of soil could have a significant and potential detrimental impact to the slopes, either by permanently scarring the hillside, creating slope instability, or adversely impacting the existing natural landscape, not to mention the view sheds. It is my opinion that a more prudent approach would have been to take into consideration the city manager's initial recommendation out of the 4 that were offered, but to codify what has been past practice for the past 15 plus years, and then further assess and evaluate any potential increases and subsequent ramifications. As this proposed modification goes through the respective processes, I would like to request the City Council and or a City Council member to reach out and further communicate with the Villa Verde Association Board of Directors collectively, so that there seems to be a more cohesive and comprehensive conversation, decision, and discussion on this matter. And on another note, I did want to express my dissatisfaction with the selection of the new proposed restaurants opening up in San Dimas. I'm not sure why the city needs yet just one more Starbucks, and not sure why we need a fast food chicken restaurant chain directly somewhat across from an existing fast food chicken restaurant chain, and a pizza joint that has an arcade. How about something for the adults in this community where we can actually go have a nice sit-down meal?
Thank you, ma'am. Your time has expired. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Betty Jean Lamb, calling to address the mayor's remarks about the Villa Verde Ridge Homeowners Association during council meeting March 9th, 2021. He said the HOA got it wrong. That is clearly false. In a study session on September 22nd, 2020, staff stated the 200 cubic yards of grading, not counting the pool and 5-foot pool deck, in addition to the unlimited amount allowed in the CC&Rs for the main house driveway and ADU, was a modified DPRB guideline, but the HOA CC&R stayed the same. I think a grading limit that has worked well for more than 35 years cannot have been entirely wrong. The original homeowners seem to have been able to work with it successfully and build beautiful custom homes. Only now, with speculators abandoning homes unfinished on the ridge, is there a desire for more grading. The Villa Verde Ridge HOA members unpaid volunteer homeowners that give many hours of their time and energy to the Board of Directors, Architectural Committee, and Gary Enderle, who guided it as president for many years, should be applauded and thanked for the contributions they have made to the city of San Dimas and Villa Verde rather than condemned. For almost 40 years, the HOA has maintained extensive environmentally sensitive acreage in its role as fiduciary of SP 11 to preserve and protect the natural beauty and hillside contours of the area, and have met both the stated intent and spirit of SP 11. Each and every member of the HOA has part ownership of and pays taxes on the beautifully landscaped hillside common areas in which we are not allowed to build. Each of the 250 member lots pays a monthly fee that is a tax to the HOA for maintenance of the hillsides, ensuring homeowner compliance with the CC&Rs, property taxes, and more. That means the HOA members have invested a total of up to $250,000 and up per year for this work, money that might otherwise have been paid out of the city's budget. The HOA's activities benefit all of us. We are lucky to have the Villa Verde Ridge HOA. Given the chance, the HOA is generally good to work with and should be. Mr. Mayor, the least you can do is apologize to Gary Enderle and the HOA, as well as to extend the HOA the courtesy of requiring the city to forward copies of any plans received for grading, building, construction, or landscaping approval in SP 11 PLA 1 to the HOA on receipt, especially the one that was received as a test case and basis for the proposed municipal text code amendment on grading. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now. Hello,
Good
caller.
evening. Good evening, City Council and Mr. Mayor. My name is Zach Legion, a resident of San Dimas. With all due respect, I would like to make some corrections to a few statements that were made by Councilman Weber and Ryan during the last council meeting. I met with both councilmen once after SB 11 was put on council's agenda and not before, where the HOA did not receive a courtesy call or notice from the city about the actions that were to take place. Further, we'd never had any phone conversations as alleged or any other communications. Of course, that can be easily checked considering the technology era we live in today. During those meetings that took place in September 2020 that were set up by Gary, it was evident both councilmen were not interested in what Gary or myself had to say or our ideas. They were only interested in shoving their agenda of unlimited grading or percentage grading down our throats. When we did not buy what they were stuffing down our throat, they both left Gary's house visibly upset. And our curiosity got the best of us, and that led to the discovery by our attorney of a $3,000 donation made to Councilman Weber. Unlike the $55 here and $99 there that was mentioned by our mayor, it is evident that Councilman Weber sold his vote for $3,000. Councilman Weber's message during the meetings was well understood, and Councilman Weber's message did resonate. However, unlike him, we're not for sale. We are volunteers that serve all 260 homes in our community equally, and we go over and beyond the call of duty. More concerning are the insinuations from Councilman Weber about our HOA having internal issues. Nothing can be further from the truth. We are healthy and doing well. Your false statements are not appreciated. If you do not like us calling a spade, that will be on you and not us. However, to spread lies and start something that does not exist, that was not appreciated and will not be appreciated. We can debate that anytime, anywhere, Mr. Weber. Finally, the Villa Verde HOA board asked for a meeting with city staff and Councilman Ryan. Promised that it will happen. However, when the time came to make good on his promise, his phone stopped working. What a shame. Of course, our mayor did not want to talk to residents either. The same residents that elected him, and that was an even greater shame. These are residents that live in your community, Mr. Mayor, and have real concerns regardless which side of the fence they land on, not contractors trying to sway your vote. With that said, I would like to ask the mayor a question. Do you always take the position of not talking to your residents when an issue arises? Because your last display was a poor example of leadership. I would like to thank this council for their time.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hello, my name is Julie Henry, and I've lived in the downtown core area of San Dimas for over 30 years. I'm calling in today in support of the Pioneer Square project. I have been behind this project from the very beginning. I realize that during this last year with the COVID pandemic, it has been difficult, I'm sure, to move forward with many different issues. However, I want to state that I still enthusiastically stand up for the PSQ project today. Pioneer Square will bring a vibrant local focal point to an area of our beautiful city which has been sitting vacant for far too long. PSQ will offer an awesome variety of eateries, retail, and affordable living spaces, as well as a boutique hotel that will reflect the quaint yet growing city that we live in. This project will also attract visitors from surrounding areas, especially with the incoming gold mine. We will no longer have to go out of town to find a cool meeting place and an inviting community hotspot. So just briefly, I wanted to make sure that I made my voice heard and to let the council know that I would hope that you would continue to negotiate in favor of the Pioneer Square project for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Good evening. This is Gil Gonzalez. Anybody who's listening to this to this television program should quite understand that Mr. Ryan, Mr. Badar, and Mr. Weber will all vote the same. And when I said last week I wouldn't vote for any incumbent, I didn't mean Mr. Bertone or Mr. Ebner. We've got 3-2 on everything. And they don't tell us what to do. The staff tells them what to do, and then they decide. Going against what the HOA rules are is an insult to that community and an insult to the entire community. If an HOA cannot develop or keep the community that they live in place, to me, is a violation of their rights. They bought those houses with those rules. Those are the rules. You should have not taken any application for this project without having the HOA approval. I did want to mention something in closing. My heart goes out to the officer and all the other people that were shot in Colorado. Ryan, this is specifically for you and Mr. Weber and Mr. Badar. When the Second Amendment was approved in the Constitution, there were no armies. There were no sheriff's department. Everybody had to come for their state to fight for our independence. I believe that we had some Marines and Coast Guard to protect our ports. So I don't see how you could be in favor of people having guns when you step up to their front door and they can shoot you down. That is ridiculous. I don't care what anybody says. If my name is on the next election, you know that I'm going to do what the city wants, not what I want. And if it costs $30,000 or $40,000, I will spend it. I will not take $3,500 from anybody for anything. It's about me and my community. And you 3 police officers should listen to your staff and keep your mouths shut. You guys talk way too much. So for you to vote to undermine the HOA up there is an insult to all of us in the community. I thank you for your time. I thank you for your service. I hope you keep your mouth shut and don't talk so much and listen to the staff. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hello, Mayor Bedard. My name is Marcella Sewell and council members. I want to support the project that's going in front of Pioneer Park, the Pioneer Square. And I think it's a great idea because that property's been empty for too many years, just like the Canyon Theater. And I'm so proud of the city putting the Canyon Theater together. It's about time they do something in front of the property where I live for a change, because I supported them in the past for the Canyon Theater, and I love the apartments that are there and the stores that are there. They even have a nice farmer's market there now. So that's a good idea for our end of the town, because when you come from Covina way and Glendora way and you come in to Bonita, it's going to look pretty someday. And that's what we need, the beautification here to remain in the city. And you guys have a great night. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi there, my name is Catherine Begin. I live on Calle Cristina in Area 1 of SB 11. I just wanted to thank the council members, the staff, Mayor, also for listening to our area up here on Calle Cristina and Paseo Lucinda. We had a petition in with 39 residents here, all in favor of the grading change. We had 11 residents actually come to the council in person to publicly speak in front of you and get to know you. These are the residents that actually live up here in this HOA that we have no support from. It's an HOA of about 250 to 270 homes. Sorry, I don't know that exact count. The 36 custom homes seem to be left out of that all the time. The 4 people that called in are our HOA board that are very upset because they don't have a relationship up with the homeowners up here with the 36 lots. As well as, once I said before, we had 11 of our neighbors, our residents that actually live here, come and speak at the meeting. We had 8 that called in on Zoom. We had 5 that called in over the phone, and we had 2 emails. And I apologize for the ones that didn't make it on time. Deborah has enough to do, but they didn't make it by 5 o'clock. And we actually had more emails and more people that are concerned in this area with the issues. The homeowners board has no idea. They live below us, and they do not want to see any changes up here. That is why they want to be in control. They've been on the board for over 20-something years, and it's not a HOA for one community. It's actually 2 communities trying to live together here. We do not share any common areas. We have the most land. We have 40 acres of open space that goes back to the community that we pay taxes on, and we leave for our neighbors. We leave acres of lots in between our neighbors, but apparently that is not enough. And grading permits do come from the city. They do not come from an HOA. You do not have to seek an HOA on a grading permit first. There's no laws on that. So, and as far as the donations, I'm Catherine Begin. If we donate to all of you, it's because we want to see you serve on our council. We are for public safety. We have a building downtown. We have homeless in our building. There's so many issues. You don't even hear from me, but there's more. The donation, and it's not all from myself or my business. There's 8 Begin families in San Dimas. And there's 8 Begin families, 5 live in San Dimas. So these people that are going to come out and say and make me look corrupt, I'm about done. They don't know. They haven't talked to me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Mayor, at this time, there's no more callers, but if we could wait, if we could have a 2-minute waiting time in case additional callers want to call due to a broadcast delay.
Okay. Let's make it about a minute and a half. We tried the 2 minutes the last time, and it seemed like forever.
Mayor, we have one caller calling in.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hello, my name is Marcella again, and I want to thank the city for putting the 5 new housing on Commercial Street. They're going to be very lovely and upgrade our area even more prettier near Pioneer Park. I want to thank you very much for letting that builder come in and finally fill in that empty land that was there forever. And the homes are just gorgeous. I want to thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor, we do need to remind the public that they're only allowed 1 3-minute period, or else we would need to give everyone more than 3 minutes. So please only call in once.
At this time, we don't have any more telephone callers, so we'll move on to Zoom. We are now taking oral communications for those of you who are joining us through Zoom. If you wish to take part in oral communications and are joining us by an internet device, please locate the Zoom Raise Hand feature and click on the hand icon. For those who dialed into Zoom, press *9 on your phone now to raise your hand feature in Zoom. You will be identified by your screen name for internet devices and the last 4 digits of caller ID for dialed-in participants. Participants will be called upon one at a time in the order the hand was raised. When called upon, please unmute your mic. To unmute from an internet device, click the microphone button at the bottom. For those on a phone, press *6. Right now we have Sean Cazares. Please unmute your microphone, state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Good evening, City Council and members of the audience. I wanted to talk about the meeting I attended with Council Member John Ebner. Both of us attended a Livable California meeting, and he'll later talk about it during his council comment period. It was a great meeting with special guest named Dick Plotkin. He's a journalist for City Watch LA, covering the housing bills in Sacramento and local issues involving affordable housing. As much as I've been emailing the council and talking to residents about the bad housing bills, tonight I want to focus on the good housing bills just to contrast. First off, we have SB 15. This is Senator Portantino's bill. This bill rewards, not punishes cities. It gives cities grants for 7 years if they voluntarily rezone idle shopping sites for workforce housing. Repays cities for lost retail taxes, creates affordable housing, and doesn't pave over or invade existing neighborhoods. I urge city staff and members of the audience to go to livablecalifornia.org to see the analysis of the following bills that are good. SB 765, this is Senator Stern's bill. AB 617, this is Assemblymember Davis's bill. AB 1258, this is Assemblywoman Nguyen's bill. AB 1143 is Assemblymember Berman's bill. SCA 2 is Senator Allen's constitutional amendment bill. And finally, ACA 7. This is Assemblyman Maritsuchi's constitutional amendment bill. I also wanted to give a huge thank you to Councilman Ebner for really listening and working on this issue in regards to the housing bills in Sacramento with me. We both have concerns that residents of San Dimas and for the most part everyday citizens throughout California aren't cognizant about the astroturfing quote unquote affordable housing bills pushed by Senator Wiener, Atkins, and company. Finally, for the rest of the City Council and staff for sending their letter of opposition about SB 9 to the state legislature and monitoring these bills. Thank you very much for being good legislators. There is a load of other bills currently under analysis, and I will fill everyone on these bills when the time comes. Again, anyone interested in the analysis and just getting involved with actual affordable housing bills and solutions, go to livablecalifornia.org. Other than that, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Amanda L., it is your turn to speak. Please unmute your microphone, state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, good evening. My name is Amanda Lee. I'm calling for a few things. So I wanted to start off with my support of the PSQ project, or the Pioneer Square project that is going in on Bonita and Cataract, on essentially the opposite side of where our downtown San Dimas is, of the bridge where the Gold Line is going. The developers that had come in and actually met with the community several times and had their plans for it and everything. They actually had Warman Bookstore come out to speak with the residents in hopes of convincing them to open up a Warman Bookstore here in San Dimas. They've really put in a lot of work, not only with the city, to kind of jump through hoops and trying to get everything going, but also with the residents to really, kind of get the residents' ideas of what they are looking for within our city. It's not just some cookie cutter, design that's coming in and just putting in a big hotel. They have a smaller boutique hotel, which I believe was a, what do you call it? It was kind of a give or take kind of thing on that one. The city was still looking for that. So that got put in, and that was kind of the moneymaker of the project. But they also have several other little retail spots for more mom and pop shops. Even Railside had said they were somewhat maybe possibly interested in opening a larger location there possibly, and residential suites on the top. This would also possibly reinvigorate our Pioneer Park that is on the opposite side of this development. So as a resident, I really do hope that does go forward. Tonight, I know you are discussing that. I also wanted to mention the email. I did mention the Gold Line in regards to graffiti and people experiencing homelessness. I had emailed asking whose responsibility it was, the city or Metro. And Mr. Constantine was kind enough to email back and say, to his knowledge, it is Metro itself. So I had requested the city staff to please put together information in regards to that, so that residents have it. And lastly, with my 20 seconds left, this Saturday at 6 p.m. at the City Hall front lawn, there is a Stop the Hate vigil in regards to some of the hate attacks that have been taking part. And we encourage residents to come stop by if they would like to take part. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you, ma'am.
Robert and Jean Olander, it is your turn to speak. Please unmute your microphone, state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager. I think it would be of benefit if we had our city attorney just briefly explain that any city council member can accept a contribution. It is not illegal. And I believe they could vote on any project, whether they took a contribution or not. We have people calling in saying they bought the vote, they can't take contributions. And the city attorney has mentioned this before, but I think public education on this issue would be paramount at this time so that the voters have a better understanding. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
CHA, it is your turn to speak. Please unmute your microphone, state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Good evening. This is Michael Deeden for Pioneer Square LLC. Mayor Bader, council members, thank you for taking the time to hear me this evening. I too want to acknowledge the 10 victims that were massacred in Boulder yesterday, and note that one, Officer Cowley, gave his life to save others, and I know 3 of you on the council have law enforcement backgrounds. 2 of you are in active duty and realize that you put your life at risk each and every day, so you're appreciated. Just wanted to give you a quick update on our progress. Want to thank the new city manager, Chris Constantine, who's been terrific. The assistant city manager, Brad McKinney, fabulous. Marco Espinoza, Henry No, and Sherry Garwook have been extremely helpful to us in sorting out a whole variety of issues that remain to be completely worked out, and that is why it's necessary to extend our ENA for another 90 days so we can resolve those issues. On the quick update, the development program remains relatively the same as what we presented to you over the last year, and the boutique hotel is evolving where we now have engaged Marriott with their boutique hotel line, which is very cool and sophisticated, and they're very attracted to the San Dimas market. We have a letter of interest from Marriott that will be in your packet, I think, tonight. Vroman's Books remains as our anchor tenant, taking 10,000 square feet. There will be a Bonita public market that will allow local San Dimas residents who have always wanted to show their culinary skills. They will have that opportunity as well. We will have an office, a creative office co-working tenant that is signed also a letter of interest, and they'll be taking 15,000 feet. And then we will have a variety of different residential opportunities that are designed for people to have a car optional lifestyle now that the metro is going to be coming into your downtown. We're very excited to continue working with you. It's a classic public-private partnership, and thank you very much for your ongoing support.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, at this time, there are no more public comments.
You give it about 1 minute.
Mr. Mayor, when the time has expired, pending no further speakers, I was wondering if we could refer the Olander comment to the city attorney to be addressed.
That'll be fine.
Thank you.
We'll do that prior to the consent calendar.
Thank you.
Mr. City Attorney, would you like to address?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The caller was correct. That is the law in the state of California, that a campaign contribution does not create a conflict of interest and does not require any council member to recuse themselves from any decision of the council. That's the law that the legislature has adopted and that governs in California. If you think about it, in a lot of situations, it does make some sense, not only because, like some of you pointed out at the last meeting, members of the public could donate to all council members, and if you all had to recuse yourself, then we'd have an issue. But another way that, if you think about it, it makes sense, is if a group of people out in the community decide that they want to, gather their money together and donate it to a certain candidate, or even get a certain candidate to run for council with the money that they've fundraised and generated and donated to that candidate for a certain reason, because the candidate supports issue X, and then that candidate gets elected, it defeats the purpose of those members of the public putting in all that effort, donating those donations to the candidate, if the candidate could then not vote on issue X. They wouldn't be able to support the cause that all those supporters elected them for. So I think that that's one of the reasons that the legislature of our state has decided that contributions do not create a conflict of interest. So that's just a quick summary, but the caller is correct about that.
Thank you. Any further questions? We'll move on to the consent calendar. All items on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion unless a member of the City Council requests separate discussion.
Move approval.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, I need to recuse myself from item 3E about the Cosmont contract for Pioneer Square for Cataract and Bonita property. That's the only thing that I need to recuse myself from.
Mr. Ebner recuses himself from 3E. All in favor of the consent calendar?
Aye.
Are you
Deborah,
going to ask for opposed?
Pardon me?
Are you going to ask for opposed?
Anyone opposed? Well, I thought you were going to read that vote.
Oh, I am.
You have to verbally vote.
I am.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone,
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner,
Aye.
except for item 3E.
Yes.
Councilmember Vienna,
Aye.
Councilmember Weber,
Aye.
Mayor Bedar.
Aye.
That carries by a 5-0 vote, with Councilmember Ebner recusing himself from item 3E.
Okay. Could you read Resolution 2021-14? The warrant registry?
Resolution 2021-14 for the warrant register of February 26, 2021, in the amount of $1,076,779.49.
We need to waive further reading on. Waive further reading and adopt.
Yeah, that'll be included in the motion.
Right, included in the motion. Thank you. Under other business, consideration and action to authorize agreement and budget modifications for a citywide mobile application service provided by GoGov Incorporated. City Manager?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and the public. This is a very exciting item that we're bringing forward to you today. We're asking for authorization to approve us entering into a one-year agreement with a cost not to exceed $24,960. We intend to do this every year to implement a resident service request system that also involves public notifications and provides a full-service code enforcement functionality to this. I'll walk through a presentation first. This is a presentation that GoGov had provided to us that I modified for our use. On the next slide, please. So GoGov is a company that was founded in 2004, has more than 2 million users in dozens and dozens of cities and jurisdictions throughout the United States. In California alone, it has 76 of our 482 cities, of which 34 of those are in LA County. And there's a number of them. And in the staff report, I provided a listing, and I also included one that was in Orange County, Anaheim in there, albeit it was mislabeled. And so they're a very experienced company. I've actually had the pleasure of working with them in previous jurisdictions, including one of the first clients that they had in the Bay Area. On the next slide, we'll walk through the 3 different products that they offer that we're recommending all 3 products, modules be included. One is a citizen notification. One of the goals we wanted to do is increase the city's transparency and communication to its public. This platform includes an application that would, with a push of a button, push out notifications to a variety of different platforms all at the same time, as opposed to right now when we want to go out to the public and make mention of a street closure or any other activity of interest. We have to manually go to our Facebook page, manually go to our Twitter page, manually go to the website. If we have an email list, manually go out to the email list. This product allows us to do that all in one fell swoop. It includes a variety of sub-applications that allows us to provide information that we know is information of interest from the public. And so you can have contact information for our council members or key functions within the city, phone lists. If we wanted to conduct a survey, we can conduct a survey. If we wanted to have information about businesses or other local and regional governmental institutions and nonprofits, we can provide that through the citizen notification function. On the citizen request function, which is really the bread and butter, the goal here, and on the last slide I'll talk about it, is to integrate what we do as a city and how we engage the public. You know, dealing with government is never easy. You know, when somebody wants to fix a pothole, it's not necessarily the easiest thing to find out who the exact person is to talk to. And so what we're trying to do is align all our internal processes behind this technology so that when you're talking to anybody in the city, they can put you right through the right direction to get your service request put in the system and be able to track that. And so the service request can be provided a number of different ways. It has a workflow, reporting mechanisms, and allows us to integrate with a variety of other systems that we have in the city currently, our GIS and our Excel permit system, and potentially our future asset management system. In terms of code enforcement, this product allows us to manage code enforcement activity from beginning to end, from the complaint that comes in to documenting the complaint from the resident's perspective, from code enforcement being able to document and confirm that it is truly a violation, to providing the notices and follow-up and documenting every step of the way should it be litigated or need to come before the council, right to if you had to issue 20 notices, you could issue 20 notices that were pre-programmed with a push of a button, saving the time of the code enforcement official to actually draft those notices and put them out. And so all 3 of these modules will generate an efficiency within the city. On the next slide, you'll see examples of other jurisdictions and what this mobile application on both an iPhone and an Android phone would look like. It can be branded whatever way we desire, specifically for the city of San Dimas. All this information, it will be accessible at a push of a button. And it would allow us to both anonymously report the information as well as be logged in to provide contact information for follow-up from the city for any request that goes through. On the next slide, we'll walk through from left to right how this would work. So you're walking down the street, or you're seeing a pothole in the road or a sidewalk that's raised excessively that's a trip hazard. You would pull out the application, let's say My San Dimas. You'll see the request. You'll start a request, which is the first iPhone picture. You can see before you hit that start request, there's a number of other pieces of information below that. These are applications that allow you to access COVID information or any city function information, contact information. This is where you very quickly could access a variety of different activity. But in this case, we want to take a picture of this sidewalk that's raised. So we hit start request, and what you will see is the second iPhone, which gives you a listing of different topics with the most popular that folks have used at the beginning. And so here you would click a sidewalk raised. Here you'll see the example of a pothole. And so the third one will show you that specific one, whether it's a sidewalk or whether it's a pothole repair. Give you some basic information, and then you'd hit yes, I want to make a request to address this. And then on the last one is the functionality that allows you to take a photograph or multiple photographs of what you're seeing in the field. It allows you to download photos that you may have already taken from before, and so you took the photos and then you left the location. You still can make that request and provide those photos. And it also provides geolocation, and so if you're right then and there making the request, it geolocates you with a point on the map that you can move to, if it's not precise enough, to tell us exactly where are you. And then we'll provide, on the next slide, when we pick the topic, it will provide the topic, the photographs, the location, allow me to do a description and provide information, and then decide, do I want to provide my information to see follow-up on the case. On the second photograph, you will see all of these different requests, a lot of pothole requests in the case of this person that have been reported. You'll see in green the status of those. Most of these are closed, meaning I've reported it, the city's worked on it and resolved it and reported it as closed. You'll see in blue some that are scheduled. There's a notification that tells me that the city has actually seen it and set a schedule, assigned it to an individual to be fixed and reported as scheduled. And then there will be other designations like it's on hold for, it could be a specific reason. You can notify the resident as to why there will be an extended delay in terms of that service request. And then on the last, you'll see the status and the details. Here it says this was closed, and it tells you what the exact resolution and the date of that resolution. And so gone are the days where I make a request to the city and hope it gets to the right person, and then a week goes by, 2 weeks goes by, 3 weeks goes by, and I don't know what the status is, and now I'm trying to track down somebody to tell me what happened to this request. All of that's tracked through the system, and there's reporting to allow us to know whether we did a good job or not. On the next slide, you will see an example of information that you can provide through this application. In this case, it's a designation of trails on the west side of the county for the jurisdictions that are out there. And I can pick trails and points of interest and provide additional information so that if I'm looking at Sycamore Canyon about a equestrian facility, I can click on that when I'm out there and get the history or get pricing for boarding a house or opportunities or exciting things that I could do while I'm out there at the equestrian center. On the next slide, there's also a web portal. Not everybody has an iPhone or an Android-capable cell phone, or if they do, not everybody desires or has the ability to utilize those. And so you're still offered a website just like this one from Placentia to be able to submit those requests or find information about accessing city services or sign up for alerts through web or email. In terms of what, on the next slide, you'll see what the staff actually sees. And so our goal is to train as many staff that engage the public in a variety of functions to be able to access the software to both make a service request as well as report a service request. Because in our community, we also have individuals that rather use the phone or come in person to talk to a staff person. And so I may walk in as a resident and talk to a recreation services individual at the front counter. But I'm asking about a pothole request or a sidewalk repair request I made. What would happen in a lot of cities is they would direct you over to Public Works to be able to get that information. What we're trying to do in aligning all our activity is to align it so that there is one touch point in the city. So although I'm talking to a recreation person who would sign me up for a class, they can go into the system. The goal is that they go into the system and can tell you the status of that request. Or if you raise the concern, they would be trained in knowing, this is a request I need to put into the system, and that they can then go into the system, put the information, add the email or phone information of the resident so that they can get follow-up, and that's the extent of what that individual needs to do when they're engaging the city. We can still direct them to Public Works if there's more technical information they need, but at least they don't get the runaround and have to go to 5 different people before they get somebody, and in some cases see that it falls through the cracks and they get no resolution. On the next slide, you will see the code enforcement module that goes start to finish. Our code enforcement officers are issued iPads so they can do a lot of this activity in the field using their web-based access. I love the one-click generation of the letter because that's the type of thing that when you come back to the office and you spend an hour or more dealing with writing notifications, not necessarily violations, but informational notifications and violations. This we would have already pre-programmed the letters that go out. The violation would pre-program. The resolution would be pre-programmed, and you, with a push of a button, can issue the letters, get them in envelopes, and get them out, saving staff time. It also allows us to be able to start an inspection program and pre-program what that inspection program will be, assigning out different tasks, whether it's code enforcement or on the service request module, assigning specific tasks to specific employees and tracking performance on that. All can be done through the modules. On the back end, for accountability, there's a variety of different reports provided by the software. It can be provided citywide to see how we're doing and how responsive we are to all our requests. It can be broken down by departments or functions. We can look at response times. We can look at citizen satisfaction reports when we're asking citizens to report back. A whole variety of things that we can do to be able to determine how good are we doing with our engagement with the public. On the citizens notification, on the next slide, a huge benefit to the city. The city lost its public information officer mid last year. The position was a part-time position, and we haven't had a PIO for very long, and so public information has become a collateral duty of 2 individuals within our office. The goal with this is to leverage this to cross-train more individuals so that information across the organization can be put out through the application that would then shoot it out through our website and social media sites all at the same time. We'll have a criteria involved. We can have an approval process involved, so at least a post that goes out could be approved by a department head or the administrative services department or the city manager's office, depending on what it is. We can issue emergency alerts very quickly. We can schedule when we send out notices, so if we know something's going to happen but we want to prepare the notice today and send it out Saturday, we can schedule that. We also can parse up the city along the way that we do with Nextdoor and send notifications out to specific cities. In terms of getting feedback back, we could also send out information and ask, we heard that there's a large tree that's fallen. We just can't locate that tree. Can somebody let us know where that tree is? And residents can then respond through the app to notify where is it, thereby getting additional information. So it's more of a two-way communication that could occur with the resident. In terms of what GoGov will provide our staff in training and implementation, this is very important to them. One of the reasons we picked this option over a number of different options, because there's other options like Lucidity that we looked at. They're also doing asset management, and many cities have actually done their own 311 application that they developed either in-house or by contract, but the cost is far more excessive than this. The implementation's longer, and the requirements for IT maintenance become onerous. This is, one of the most easy to use, low overhead, and affordable package that's there, which is why you see quite a few cities in LA County that have actually signed up on them. And so it's very unique. But they believe in training, heavy training, recorded training, onboarding training. So a new employee comes on board, There's training modules to train them. Employees that have been here for a while, there's training modules to train them. They will continue support for as long as we have the product, and they were able to implement the product within a very short period of time. So the goal would be looking at spring spring for implementation, in the hopes to have full implementation by the summertime. Our city objectives: we want to leverage technology. We've been a community that's been fantastic, heavy engagement with the public, person to person, and we need to continue that. However, we also need to start taking advantage of technology that makes our residents' lives and our staff's lives easier and more efficient. This software will clearly game change how we respond to the public. Right now, when you make a request, it's documented via email. It's scheduled via email. And so, as you can imagine, when we have a sidewalk repair or a pothole or any other kind of hazard that we need to address, documenting that in fact we received notice of it, documenting that we fixed and resolved it, which we can do through the software, and having the timestamps and deadlines make a big difference in how we deal with claims against the city or how we deal with responding to customers in a very timely fashion. As I mentioned, we will align all our internal processes behind focusing on customer service and focusing on the resident and doing what we should be doing as a city, focusing on the mission of serving our residents. We will dramatically improve our public information, thereby not requiring to have a full-time position to do this, but allowing it to be a collateral duty amongst many individuals in the organization. And we will start to receive and obtain better data to measure how we're actually doing. So instead of believing or feeling how we're doing, we will actually have data to know how long did it take us to respond to a pothole, how long did it take us to respond to trees, and where we didn't respond in a certain target, ask the question and answer why, and how do we do better the next time. So our recommendation is that you authorize the city manager to enter into a one-year agreement and to appropriate $24,960 for the first year subscription. And our intent of doing this yearly, even though we could sole source this, is I would like to come annually back to the council and report to you on what's happened over the last year. How are we doing? It's a great opportunity to highlight successes. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the mayor.
Questions? I have a question. From reading this material and from what you said, if you come to the strange situation where a person doesn't have a cell phone, I know that's not very many people, or doesn't want to use a cell phone, they'll still be able to do it the old-fashioned way, and I'm assuming take care of business just over the phone with an individual?
So the reason that we want to train all our employees at customer interface or managers is so that if you do call on the phone, we can enter it for you and put contact information, respond. We'll offer it on the website, so if you at least are a little web savvy, you can do it on the web. Or if you come in person, we could then enter it that way. So the way you interact with the city now will still continue, but it will continue in a way that you're only dealing with the person you first met at the front counter.
So you still have the person-to-person experience if you wanted?
Yes.
Thank you. I would imagine you would have a lot of that at the beginning, and as this goes on, people will become more and more aware of it.
We will make little flyers that instruct you how to access the service, both on the mobile side, website, or in person, and use that to distribute out. When we do our quarterly Parks and Recreation publications, my intent is to include this in there and to continue advertising it to get as many folks on the application as we can.
Thank you.
What would the rollout time look like on this if we were to say yes to this? It's obviously something that needs to be kind of custom tailored to San Dimas, but what would that look like?
It's pretty short. My goal is to first roll out some basic functionality only internal to staff so we can test it out and make sure we get our internal processes aligned and figure out what we need and to start adding to that. It's a database-based system, and so it really comes down to how do you break down, what are the categories of activities and then the subcategories. So if we talk streets as the category and the subcategory as being potholes, and you stop there, we can populate that pretty easily as to what it is. And for each subcategory, determining what field you need. Most of them have similar fields. Occasionally you may have a different field or another. That doesn't take that long to map. It's okay, when we make the request, it goes into a central database that anybody can access, but who should be getting the notification on the city side to be primarily responsible for or to assign it out to somebody is probably what's going to take us a little longer, because we'll have to rejigger some of our processes internally.
Cool. Also, as far as, like you mentioned, it's going to take some work to figure out what sections and headings and things that we want to include in the app. What I've discovered with some of the contracts with technology companies like this is that if we were to, do our work and roll out the app, that perhaps we want to add something in later, that it becomes kind of a cost prohibitive thing to, oh, dang it, we really would have liked to have this particular category in there, but we didn't put it in at the time for whatever reason, and it would just be too expensive to go back to the vendor and have them add it in, so we're just going to go without it. Is this something that's fairly easy to add in after the fact?
That's another reason why this is the vendor we want to go for. It's all included. We'll be educated in how to do it ourselves, and if we can't do it ourselves, we can easily call, and it's no cost to be able to do so. Where the cost would incur is if we decided to do an integration with another system. So right now what's included is integration with our GIS system and our Excel permit system. So when we make a service request through this software, it will shadow copy into the Excel system attached to that property. So because we use Excel heavily for a different reason, what we didn't want to do is have two different systems that somebody had to look in. It will connect the two. So if we get a third system, for example, an asset management system, in that case, there would be a small charge every month to make that connection.
Okay, perfect. I'm really excited about this. This is something that I talked about when I was campaigning, and the efficiency in regards to citizen requests and on the city staff side is really exciting. I like this kind of stuff, and it was obviously something that people in the community let me know that was a priority of theirs. So thank you.
I'm very excited because I walk around with this cell phone in other jurisdictions that I'm in, and I start snapping problems to make sure they're addressed. And when you start to come back and see the graffiti is gone or the couch that's on the side of the road is gone, you start to see that you're really making a difference. Another benefit of this is it geo-restricts requests to just the city of San Dimas. So I can't go to West Covina and take a picture of a pothole and try to report it on my San Dimas. It won't accept that. You have to be within our jurisdiction to accept it.
Chris, I too had heard over the years about this type of system, and between this and Granicus and other things that provide great opportunities for engagement and management of local government functions. So I appreciate your leadership in bringing this forward. Number one is the look and feel of it. I imagine is customizable to our community, so it would be consistent with the color schemes of the city and the website and what have you.
Yes.
And number two is I share Councilmember Bertone's concern, mostly thinking about my dad, who's not as technologically inclined, and the digital divide still exists with him. So will we have resources available when we roll it out to the community, such as YouTube videos or something like that, that would be engaging and provide instructions for those who may need it, whether it's seniors or people who just are generally have challenges with some technology?
We can do that. I haven't inquired about the resident-facing training as a video, but that should be pretty easy to produce, whether we do it ourselves or the company helps us.
Okay, and lastly, $24,960 annually. Anecdotally, I want to say that just based off of what you've presented, that the efficiencies that are gained from this will offset the expenditure. But do we have any data, or can we collect data to be able to demonstrate how much time is spent currently, for the example like you gave, to generate a code enforcement letter against what we're going to see in the increased efficiency through the automation?
I personally calculated about 400 to 500 full-time equivalent hours of savings. That dollar amount would vary depending on the employees. It's difficult to get to that without us doing a specific analysis internally, but just the public information officer, for example, that we have not filled that position, and I intend to make changes to that through a reorganization you will see in April, we don't need to have a full-time or a PIO that's dedicated PIO anymore with the software like this if we cross-train. And so right there, you're eliminating a 30-hour-a-week employee or cost on the city. And so although we're transitioning in the admin services side, I think what you're going to see is that 400 to 500 hour total efficiency throughout the organization. But
when you bring this back, assuming that it passes, I would be very much interested hearing to Councilmember Weber's question about the lead time or ramp-up time to deployment. If you could conduct or get an approximation or even a study between now and the time this is implemented, just to baseline what those averages are for the tasks that this is going to offset, so that when we come back in a year and we look at this in the budget, if it's a huge savings, it absolutely makes sense to continue this for the foreseeable future. But if it's not saving anything, the reason I bring this up, to be honest with you, is I've been waiting to see a CELA since I got elected. I kept hearing, we're going to see it, we're going to see it. I've never seen it, and then we've heard difficulties and challenges with it. So my point here is I don't want to engage a system, and I'm supportive of this, to be clear, but I do not want to engage another IT system only to find out that it may not be working out the way we hope. So if this is, I'd like to ensure we justify this both for council and for the public.
I too believe the same thing you do. We don't want to just buy something off the shelf and go a year and say, well, what do we get? We're using this thing. We could provide, I think the easiest way, if this is a quick rollout, we're not going to have a whole lot of time to do like a detailed analysis. But I could see the claims process example, where we can give an example of claim comes in and we're going through researching the claim, trying to figure out when do we know, how do we fix it, what kind of work we did, and everybody's digging through all their different files trying to figure it out, versus had it been done through the system, how fast would it have been to be able to get access to that, and then see if we get 100 claims a year, this is the time potential savings just on the claims process. We can do that on code enforcement too. So I think we can provide some examples of it.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm going to be able to do a full ROI.
No, I get that. I'm just saying, it's just something that either can be looked at, that there was a 60% increase in efficiency on this process based off of, like, for example, the automation of the letters seems simple. That's a simple example, low-hanging fruit, where it could have taken 2 to 3 hours for somebody to do it. They just go out there and in the 45 minutes or hour that they're actually at the site, they hit send. That's 2 or 3 hours saved that they didn't have to come back here and double type it, fat finger it, whatever it is they do. So, I mean, those are the things that when you attach a monetary number to that, that adds up. And that's savings to the city that allows staff to do other things. And at a time when we're being conscious of the budget, I just think it's important that we're mindful of that as we engage new services.
Sure, we can do that.
Thank you.
John, do you have anything?
I did, yeah, a couple of questions. One technical one is this hosted, I'm assuming it's hosted offsite, not by San Dimas. Is it hosted by GoGov or some third party, do you know?
It is hosted by GoGov, and they have very limited personally identifiable information that they retain.
Okay, sounds good. No particular order here. There was that one screen you showed that I liked where staff sees a list of requests, their status, and that kind of thing. Is that something that's going to be available to council members, perhaps as a view-only type of screen?
We can provide, there's a different level of access that can be provided. There could be staff-only access. I would have to delineate all the different functionality that could be there, but I believe that is doable.
Okay, and as far as accessibility, sometimes we get a call or request, somebody walking by and they tell us something. Can we, as council members, enter, or anybody for that matter, can a staff member enter it for a certain person, and then that person would be the one receiving communication from that point on, as opposed to the person who actually entered it on the phone or website, like a council member?
Yes, when you log in into the application, and I log in as Chris Constantine, when I use that application, when I'm logged on, it's going to list all the requests under me. When a staff person enters that request in the staff side of the house, it has fields to allow where notifications go and what kind of notifications. And so you may have a resident that doesn't care about when do you schedule it and all the intermediary steps. Just tell me when I'm done. And so you could set it so that they just know when it's done. And so yes, to your question, you can do that.
So a staff member can do it. Would a council member be able to do that same thing?
You can. You could also use the app on your phone to report it and put in somebody else's information for notifications.
Got it. Okay, and you alluded to a preferred method of communicating, like phone, email, mobile phone, etc.
Yeah, email and app push is the best. I need to check on the phone side. It won't make a phone call to you, so I need to just check whether the phone designation prompts somebody to make a phone call. I don't believe it would do that piece of it.
Because sometimes a person, kind of what Dennis was saying, a person would actually want to talk to a person as opposed to just interacting with the app. There's always that point where somebody is just, it's taking too long, or they want to explain something more about it, and they just don't want to go back to the app and do that. So they just want to make a phone call, and going the other way, they want to receive a phone call from code enforcement or somebody who's handling that request in parks or public works with just a verbal explanation or status update.
Yeah, I think the way that would be handled is on the workflow on the inside, where you assign each of those cases to a queue for update. And so you could have a listing of different cases that come up, and they tell you, once every 10 days, notification, please contact this individual and give a status update. And anybody could then go in and actually make that status update and then clear it as something that's already been done.
Great. Okay. The last one, it's really in reference to what Eric was saying, and he's spot on about saying that the usefulness of these apps, and any system for that matter, is really in how it's configured. So you might be lucky, and it's right out of the box, it's really close to what you want. But in my job that I used to have, basically, for the last, besides programming in the earlier years and just programming it, line by line, a lot of it was configuring and using the tools that the provider has to create those categories, subcategories, and as you were saying, how the workflows, how things go from one step to another. That sometimes turns out to be a really, really involved process and endeavor. And that's, I think, Excella, for example, was one where that's what the problem was. It could be configured in so many thousands of ways that it was hard to figure out and to decide, here's what we should really do with it. And here, this app seems a lot simpler, so I'm a lot more hopeful for it. But I'm worried a little bit about getting the categories right and trying to roll it out in the workflows in like 2 months, and then missing something. And to that point, how easy is it if you decide, we've got these categories, they look like they were going to be different, but they're really the same, and we want to combine the requests into one of the categories, move it, or something like that. Or we want to add a category or subcategory because we weren't fine enough in our distinction between different categories, and so we're gonna add a new one, and we want to split basically the requests from the one category, the original one, into that one and the new one. Is that kind of flexibility available from the provider?
When you say flexibility from the provider, do you mean can the application actually do that, or is it that will the provider come do it for us?
Well, both in a way, but first, can the application do that?
Yes, but I don't know if it's just a push of a button to take a category and say split into 3 categories and figure out what's what.
Right. A lot of time that would be a tool on the back end that the people who own the app, their technical staff could do that for us. I mean, if that's included or there's a small fee, we could do that. But I can just see as time goes on, we're talking, months, years, that there might be some changes in the configuration, and that is one of the things that makes these things valuable to an organization of any kind, whether it's a hospital or a city, to be able to change things that have already been set one way, but you're not going to get it perfect the first time, or things are going to change as time goes on, and you're going to want to change them. And the easier it is to do that, either for the end user, like you're saying, or by putting in a request with the vendor, the easier it is, the more valuable the system is to us. And finally, just to everybody's point, this is a bargain at that price. I mean, that is a low amount of money that you're asking for to accomplish what it looks like we can accomplish. And it sounds like you've vetted it pretty well, where there aren't those hidden fees. Like if there's reconfiguration needs to be done in a year, we're not being charged, $50,000 to do it, which would actually be small potatoes in a lot of applications.
No, you obviously have a lot of technology background, because you raise issues that a lot of people don't look at when they're deploying a technology. I think when I look at this software, I mean, I just pulled up the app from the other city. I use it as the volunteer position. It's the original version of this software, and so when you're subscribed to it, you can upgrade. They renew the user interface, they renew the functionality. You can move with the evolution of the software if you so choose. The issue that you raise about the categories, most of the requests relate to some type of asset. And the city, in one of the weaknesses we've identified in the city, is our asset management. And so we've been looking at asset management softwares. And one of the softwares that we found that we think is the one that actually kind of has the functionality we're looking for does have a user interface like this, but nothing like the ease of use as this. And so one of the development cycle tasks that I'm going to require is to look at the asset management categories of the asset management system and build back the categories so that when we're reporting it on this app, it connects across to that asset management system. And so we could say the category is streets to make it easy, and you can report a pothole, a street light out, a line that's faded, or a stop sign that's missing. But when you go to the asset management app, because we're going to want to connect these systems, the asset management app will get to the detail of a stop sign or signs, or it'll get to condition of the roadway, or like a pothole. And so what we want to do is align the categories on the phone app to align with the future system we're going to integrate with, and be at the lowest level detail, because you could aggregate a lot easier than it is to separate. And so I'd rather have somebody have to toil over, well, is this going to be a sidewalk issue or a tree issue? Because the tree is raising the sidewalk. So do I call it a tree issue? It doesn't matter. You call it what you will. We could always reassign it internally to some other category, or on the back end, extract all the data into Excel and search through and separate them out, and they're all individually labeled with a unique identifier to know what do we have to change.
Nice. Thanks a lot.
Chris, just real quick to some of the questions that John's raised, and in my experience managing IT projects and multiple implementations as well, most of the time, before we engage on the journey with a vendor, we look at what's the closest commercial off-the-shelf system that we can get that will achieve the tasks we seek with minimizing the cost and customization. So I imagine, as you alluded to earlier, you've examined other COT solutions, and this is the one that best suits our needs from your perspective?
The next one that I looked at was a starting price of $60,000, and it increased with the number of user licenses For the 24,000, it's all population-based, so the same modules for LA to purchase would be much, much, much more, but it has the exact same functionality. We can have every single employee, every council member have an account, and it doesn't cost us any more than what that annual price is.
Right. Okay, cool. And this, as proposed currently, there is no request for a budget allocation for customization. This is just straight the software as it is off the shelf, correct?
Correct. The customization will be us, staff time, working with the vendor to make sure that as we do the deployment, it achieves the needs we need it to be, and the training associated with us making whatever other changes we can on our own. My preference is if another category needs to be added, I want to know that our people have the capabilities to just go in and add it, and it's seamless.
Right, but to John's point, that if a lot of times in these types of deployments, if there's a feature or a recommendation to a product that would benefit multiple customers to a particular vendor, a lot of times in their development cycle, when they push out updates, if we choose to continue with that in the subscription model, then the users typically benefit without a charge for customization if it's something seen to benefit all users. Is that something this company is that model exists with this company?
Yes. So like I mentioned, the version 1 of the app that's still being used by this jurisdiction, they've chosen not to do the upgrades. The upgrades are included as part of the cost you're paying. Okay. It's the transition that occurs when you do the updates, and usually what you'll see is the number of fields that are in the older apps are fewer than the number of fields in the newer ones, so the legwork really becomes how do you parse out that data, right. And some cities choose just to not deal with it.
Right, and you can only go as far as the systems that you have to integrate with. So.
Correct.
Cool, thank you.
I will say, as to cost, the cities like Los Angeles, when you'll see in San Antonio, they're usually the bigger cities, they're called like My 311 or 311 reporting. They're internally developed applications, but they may be on platforms like Salesforce. And so I evaluated about a year ago a rental registry program to be developed for my previous employer, and I reached out to a city that everybody was referring to the same city. I mean, they have the best system, go to them. And so I spoke to that city, and it was the city of San Jose, and got to the folks that actually developed and implemented the in-house system based on a Salesforce platform, Salesforce being very expensive on its own. Their total development cost for a platform that doesn't have as much functionality as what you're seeing right here was $2 million and 2 years of 4 people's lives for 2 years. So I could tell you, for $24,960, you asked the question about efficiency, being a guy that's done efficiency all his life, I don't even have to do the analysis. I could guarantee you I'm going to be able to show you we're going to get more bang for the buck than the cost of the product.
Okay. Well, forgive me if it eluded me, but when you were talking about, and we were going through the flow chart on this thing, you kept indicating that see the apple. This, I'm assuming that this is going to be able to be used in any platform, Apple or analog or any kind of phone you have.
If the phone is an Apple iOS or the phone has a Google Android operating system, yes.
Okay. And one of the things that seems like, I realize that we're moving in a technological era, but customer service is very important, and I don't think any of our staff would, but I can bet I'm going to receive a phone call at some point that I tried to report something to somebody and they said go into the app yourself and do it, and then drive off down the street. That's a concern of mine. Is there a way to, it's very difficult to track, obviously, unless this person ends up calling and saying, hey, I was told to do this. So that's something we need to make sure we sell off to all our employees, that we're giving them this service and we're expecting a part of good customer service is going to be doing what we're providing them to do.
I completely agree, but I will also caution to say nothing's perfect, and that we will have instances where there's breakdowns and whatnot, but my direction internally is going to be, we exist to serve our residents. They're our primary customers. They're more important than anything we have to do. The direction is when they call and they're having difficulties doing it. I mean, it's one thing to say, hey, I can do it online, don't worry about it, and you can go do it on your own. But if any indication is that they're going to struggle or have troubles with doing this alone at home or figuring it out, to go the extra mile and do it right then and there. Even if you don't have all the information, put in enough so that it gets routed to the right person who could then follow up to get additional information, get the ball rolling. Don't leave that resident out to hanging up the phone and wondering why, what am I supposed to do now? That's what we want to avoid.
Okay, other than the personal touch of everybody being able to do this, would you give me, this council 5-6 years ago, as Ryan said, or one of either John, we entered into the Acela age, okay? And one of the reasons why, at least I voted for it, because it talked about customer service and being able to track things. I'd like some kind of definition between Acela and this program here, that because we're not using Acela, or we are using Acela, but we're not using it to the benefit the way I understand it. Okay, and like Ryan said, we've really never seen how Acela is working. We had a brief orientation. All the staff, all the directors came in, explained their little part, but no one ever explained the functionality. Is this, we can do this or we can do that? Is it working or isn't it working? I keep hearing all these cities who are going to Acela and they're having the same problems that I hear we have. What is the major difference other than I can do this on my phone? Okay. We spent hundreds of thousands of dollars with Acela, and I wonder, are we throwing Acela out the window, or what are we doing?
We're talking apples and oranges about Acela versus this platform.
That's what I'd like to hear.
And so this platform is really an engagement platform directly with the resident. On Acela, there's a heavy emphasis on staff's engagement with the software, and the purposes of the two softwares are different. I've done in the last 6 years, I've done 3 technology deployments, full enterprise systems, finance system, police CAD dispatch systems, and a permit system where the organization dumped Acela and went to a different Central Square product. On the new products and on the old products, Acela, there were always complaints because you can't buy something off the shelf and just drop it in and say it's perfect. I can't buy a motor and drop it in a car and say, good, run. No, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that has to go into it. And most cities choose to buy a software and get the software to be customized around their existing processes when we don't evaluate our existing processes to improve them. And so when there's a disconnect, you're going to have a disconnect in the operation, and that's where you find this person came to the front counter and engaged staff on a development project, and the person told them A, B, C. Later on, they came back and they engaged a different staff person, and then we're told X, Y, Z. And it's like, how could I go to the same city and get 2 different answers for 2 different things? Well, there's a process piece, and there's a technology piece. And so if you can go into an Acela system, you can document all the engagements you had on that specific parcel. So you now come to me and you say, hey, I filed a report and I'm doing this development for parcel number 123. I go in and I can look at 123 and see, you engaged with Joe, and Joe, you're asking Joe about setbacks for the backyard for an ADU, and he told you 5 feet. Well, I'm sorry, Joe's new. It's actually not 5 feet. There's a special overlay. It's 10 feet for your house. And now you can see the disconnect wasn't malicious or negligence on the city's part, but there's a logical reason for it, and now you can go correct that with the new employee that's there. It's how you use the software. And so I think Acela has a phenomenal amount of capability above and beyond what we needed at the time we purchased it. And so there's a lot we could get out of it, but I still think you're going to have the problems with process and integrating our process with the software. This one becomes, it's much more basic. It's because all you're asking is, there's an issue, then I want you to tell me about it, and we internally are going to make sure it's taken care of. It's as opposed to integrating GIS, 15 different permit types, and all these other complex aspects that happen in the Excella permit system. I hope that answered your question.
So one part of it tells me that we're not thinking Excella is really working, or it's too difficult for us to move into. And my question is, are we paying an annual fee for Excella and we're not getting the full benefit of it? And if not, what do we need to do to get the full benefit out of it? Okay, I'm not opposed to this new project. I think it's great. When you discussed it with me, I certainly understand and can appreciate the value. But I guess the wrong time, wrong place, but you're taking one technology and it's kind of like we're trying to replace it with this other technology. And that's all I'm trying to figure out is, are we still getting our money's worth out of Excella and still doing this project, which is going to make all our employees, a part of the technical side of it?
Well, we're not replacing the system. This doesn't replace Excella. This bridges the residents' request side with Excella for a large number of things, but not everything. And so Excella, in some cases, is the only tracking system that we're utilizing for certain things. So if I come with building plans to the front counter and I'm engaging on doing a development on my parcel, you're not going through this app to do a service request. You're going through front counter staff and getting into the Excella system and attaching it to the APN for the property.
Okay.
And so when you ask the question about, so we're not dumping one for the other, so we got to separate those. And if you're asking the question, are we getting the full value of it? Well, the value, you define value. Is the software we currently have, Excella, allowing us an enhanced capability from where we were before? And the answer is yes. And the expanded number of users is an example for, we wouldn't be adding so many users to use the software if it wasn't adding benefit to the city. And does it do everything in the way we want it without, in the manner we want it? No. Does it do that for any city? I would say 99% no. And so if you're looking for a perfect solution, I don't have one for you for a replacement to Excella.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions of Chris? Anything? Nothing?
I will go ahead then and move that we authorize the city manager to enter into a one-year agreement with GoGov and provide mobile app services and appropriate the $24,960 for the first year.
Second.
Any further discussion? Madam Secretary, would you call for a vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone,
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner,
Yes.
Councilmember Weber,
Yes.
Councilmember Vienna,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bedar.
Yes.
Motion
That's me.
carries by 5-0 vote.
Okay, we'll move on to a public hearing, and this will go text amendment 20-0007, consideration of a municipal code text amendment to amend Chapter 10.40, abandoned vehicles, revising the definition of abandoned vehicles that constitutes a nuisance.
So, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Before I hand it off to our Community Development Director, this is a second example of what we saw before with SB 11. The municipal code is your expression of policy. It's the highest level of law that you can pass that impacts what happens. And it's difficult to change. Right now, if we want to change it, like we are in this code, I have to ask you, do you want us to proceed with the change? And then we got to do a first reading and a second reading, and in some cases go through planning commission. And so there's a long, arduous process to make a change in the law. And so when a situation comes up and we want to, and it's a minor one, that it makes sense to deviate from the code. Well, the code is the law. Unless it provides an exception, you got to follow the code. Well, what have we done historically, and many cities have? We violate the code and we find some other way. We pass a policy internally that's not consistent with the code, which is what happened in the SB 11 situation. And we go for many, many, many years doing a practice that's not aligned with the code. In this case, it's similar, but in this case, it's become the real question is what your intent is when you originally created this code section. And so we have a situation where we have a code that states if you park your car on your private property in view of the public road and it's expired, you're in violation of the code and we can cite you. That's it. And that makes sense when you talk about the goal of trying to reduce blight, health, and safety. So if the car is parked in your driveway and it's missing 2 wheels, the windows are shattered, the weeds have grown up around it, clearly blight, and that's kind of what we're targeting. But when I look at policy like Muni Code, I look at the extremes. So the extreme being the example I just gave you that clearly is blight. The next extreme is it's a brand new Ferrari, clean, spick and span, sitting on your driveway, but it's expired. Both those cars are considered a violation and should be tagged as being blight, which is the intent of the law, which over the last 20 years, how we've enforced that code has changed with whoever's been in the city manager's office or how loud anybody's complained. And about 2 meetings ago, you heard a resident complain to the city to say, my car is expired, my son's car is expired, it's parked on my driveway. It's not blighted, it's drivable, it works, there's nothing that shows it's blighted. And the individual was correct, but technically you're in violation of the code. And so what you're seeing today is us coming forward with a request to make a change that tries to align your policy through the Muni Code closer to what your intent was. We're trying to address blight. We're not just going after somebody because they have an expired registration. That's dealt with is when they drive onto the roadway when they're driving with an expired car and are dealt with in a different fashion. And so our ask is to change that definition. So Henry, I'll turn it over to you to go into the details.
Thank you, Mr. Constantine. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. The item before the City Council tonight is Municipal Code Text Amendment 20-0007 to amend Chapter 10.40 titled Abandoned Vehicles. In 1994, as Mr. Constantine mentioned, the City Council approved an amendment to the Abandoned Vehicles chapter to authorize the issuance of citations for abandoned vehicles constituting a public nuisance on private property, as well as to streamline the appeals process related to these citations. The spirit and intent of this code section is to remove blight, deterioration, and various hazards related to abandoned vehicles to improve the quality of life within our city. As Mr. Constantine mentioned previously and more recently in January of this year, the city has received various complaints from the public that have stated the enforcement of an unlicensed vehicle alone should not constitute an inoperative vehicle, and differing city manager positions of this particular code has resulted in inconsistent enforcement. Currently, the definition of an inoperative vehicle is broken into 2 parts. First, any vehicle or parts thereof which is physically incapable of movement under its own power or which lacks wheels, tires, doors, windshield, or any other part or equipment necessary to operate safely on a highway, or which is not currently licensed for use on a highway. The second part is the cause of the inconsistent enforcement because by strict definition of our code defines an unlicensed vehicle as being considered inoperative and subject to a citation. Therefore, to address this situation, staff is requesting that the City Council amend the second part of the inoperative vehicle definition to read as follows. The proposed changes are highlighted in blue below. And it states, any vehicle or parts thereof which is not currently licensed for use on a highway and shows one or more indicators of either an abandoned, inoperative, and/or contributed to health, safety, or nuisance conditions. By adding one or more nuisance indicators to unlicensed vehicles, a vehicle owner that maintains a clean and operating vehicle, as Mr. Constantine had mentioned, would not be considered an inoperative vehicle. Therefore, in conclusion, staff recommends that the City Council read by title and introduce Ordinance 1285 for Municipal Text Amendment 20-007. This concludes staff's presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the City Council may have.
Questions from the council?
Henry,
No, it's pretty well stated in your report.
I have a question. The word licensed, why are we not saying registered?
That's how the definition of the code was. It's unlicensed, meaning unregistered.
So when someone gets like a P&O, when they register it, a planned non-operator's permit, the vehicle is still registered, it's just not operative.
So our code compliance parking enforcement staff considers that as inoperable, and it should be out of sight in accordance with this.
Right, but I guess what I'm getting at is that vehicle is still technically licensed. And that's why I'm saying, for the sake of clarifying, if in fact if staff's interpretation is that if the vehicle is registered as P&O and you deem that inoperative for the purposes of this, then I think we should clarify that, because when you say a vehicle licensed, a P&O technically is licensed. That's how I would understand it to be.
Yeah, that's kind of the way, when this issue first came up in that meeting where the gentleman came and talked about it, that was kind of my head scratcher moment. Was a P&O is, I mean, it's still registered, it's just, hey, I'm not going to drive it for this period of time.
I just point out, I don't know if this makes a difference in your opinion, but the code section that we're talking about here doesn't just say license, it says licensed for use on a highway. So if it's P&O, it seems like it would not be licensed for use on a highway.
Right.
So it would be not currently licensed for use on a highway if it was P&O.
But if we use I'm just hanging up on the word license. If we use the word registered, does that change anything? Because I think people think about their vehicles being registered. They don't really, it's not license, you think like a driver's license, but when you're cited for expired registration, that's what that's for, is for expired registration. And so when you read this, I mean, to the layperson that I think, or just common language, I think registered would be a better word.
You have to be registered to get a license for your car, right?
Well, driver's license.
No, I'm talking about a license for the car itself.
A license plate, but you have the vehicle registration is the actual issue that makes this vehicle non-compliant. Yeah,
I think that the intent is clear, but registration may be a better word.
Yeah.
I guess for clarification, a vehicle that is licensed can have expired registration because it has an attached license plate, but the owner has let that registration now expire.
Right, because a license plate is 5204, I think, is a separate vehicle code section. So someone could have the vehicle licensed, meaning they have a license plate on it, but it's not in fact registered.
Yeah, I kind of see what you're getting at there.
Yeah.
So if someone applies for a P&O, that would be considered a license and not a registration?
It's considered a registration. When you register, you either register that you're going to operate your vehicle on the highway, or you're going to register for a P&O, for the planned non-operator's permit, or planned non-operation. And the vehicle's still registered, you just pay a reduced registration fee that basically states you're not running the vehicle. So my Cliff Notes version is I would propose an amendment that basically would swap out the word licensed to registered, and that would be my only suggestion.
Yeah, we can make that change for the second reading.
Anyone opposed to that?
No, I'm fine with that.
No, I agree with you. That's the sort of the layman's understanding of it, and it does include now, not currently registered for use on a highway. So that would make it abundantly clear we're talking about what we always think about as a registration with a little sticker that says, yeah, it's currently registered and we can drive it on the road.
Cool.
I had just one other question, and it goes to exactly what Chris is trying to, and staff are trying to accomplish by making these things clear. Do these terms shows one or more indicators of either an abandoned, inoperative, and/or contributor to health, safety, or nuisance conditions? Do those refer back to any examples or lists that is a little less ambiguous? It's one of those things where we may all think we know it when we see it, but I can just see some people not understanding or disputing, anyway, a citation from us if they don't think it shows any signs of that, and yet our staff does.
Yeah, the definition of a public nuisance is defined in Chapter 10.40, and it gives these separate indicators, as well as the missing windows and harboring for rodents or fire hazards, etc.
Right. Good. Okay, I thought I saw it someplace. Great.
Yep.
Perfect, thanks.
So if I may, Mr. Mayor, ask a question about the intent of the proposed change. By changing the word to registered, what are you saying we would allow on a driveway in that case?
I don't think it changes the context. What you've articulated, or at least what I've heard from staff, your application is in fact what you're doing by changing this to registered. Because it sounded like the interpretation was that even if it was on a P&O, registered as a P&O, you were still going to take the same enforcement action. So I think all we're talking here is the technical changing of a word, which is registered, to conform with the intent that staff's actually using on the enforcement side of this.
So I believe, when I read the intent of what the council, when they first passed it, was that an assumption that a car that can't operate on the roadway is a blight, a de facto blight, just by the fact that it can't operate on the roadway. So you either have to have it in the garage or out of view of the public roadway. But what we're finding, and we have the situation where somebody did get a ticket for it, but you go down the street and there's another one, and it becomes well, if you're going to ticket me, then you go ticket him, and him, because they're expired or maybe P&O. The problem, so if we change the code to registered, to say registered for use on a highway, a vehicle can be registered as a P&O, but under 4,000 of the vehicle code, it can't be on the public right-of-way as a P&O. So I can't park it in front of the house on the street as a P&O. It's a violation. And so therefore, a P&O vehicle can't be registered to be on a highway. It could be registered, just not registered to be on a highway. And so the question for you is, if we come across a car that's sitting on a driveway, a Ferrari that's brand new, for example, and it's either expired or it's a P&O, for whatever reason, violation. It doesn't matter that it's not blighted like what the intent was, like the first part of it. It's just the mere fact that it's P&O or unlicensed. Do we want to tag that is the question.
Right, and I think this is a circular discussion, because from what I understand, regardless of whether it says licensed or registered, the outcome's the same. The technicality of the word is not changing how you're handling it based off of what the staff's presentation.
No, I think what we're saying is, irrespective of that status, if it's a licensed car that can be on the roadway, so it's valid license, if you drive down the street, you have no problems, it wouldn't meet that second part of the code. What we're saying is, in every other case, that alone isn't the reason you would be citing it. It would be that and some indicator.
Right.
together that would say, now I can cite this car, but not the other 4 that are sitting on the driveways, because they may be expired, but yours is missing a wheel and a door. Theirs is a brand spanking new car that is P&O or expired, and the other car is an old car, but they're maintaining it, and they could drive it on the roadway, but it doesn't look like it would be a blighted car at all.
So does the word licensed appear anywhere else? Am I missing what you're saying here? Because I only see licensed in one place, and I'm absolutely not seeing your point on this.
Well, I think, can I just hopefully clear it up? So, Chris, Ryan, and everyone else, we're not trying to change the change. We're accepting the change that you're proposing, staff's proposing, exactly as is, with all the ramifications of making this a better, more enforceable, less ambiguous code thing. The only change we're talking about is in that modification to the code, changing the word license to registration or registered. That's the only thing. So that doesn't change anything. It's still going to say any vehicle or parts thereof which is not currently registered for use on a highway and shows blah, 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 blah.
Right.
So it still has to show the 2 things, and it's still going to solve the problem you talked about the Ferrari and the older registered car, but all the other unregistered ones that look fine. And
right, I agree with what you're saying, John. That's how if I just put the word registered in there, understanding the application of it practically, at least from my understanding, the 4,000 and the other codes, the intent doesn't change. It actually is more clear to me as a resident what we're saying in this way.
Yeah, I think the city attorney clarified. When you said the only change I want to make is make license to registered, I assumed that all the blue changes are not included either.
No. It's
so that's my
one
mistake,
word.
and we're on the same page then.
Very well. Okay. Thank you. You drive me crazy, man.
Hey, we got there. We got there.
Yeah.
We're there.
Any further questions? Madam City Clerk, would you read by title and introduce the ordinance for municipal code text amendment?
Mr. Mayor, this is a public hearing, I believe. Is it a
That's
public
right.
hearing?
All right, thank you. You have anybody who'd like to call in? Thanks, John.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you can address this to the city manager or to the city attorney. I'm not sure what you mean by a vehicle. People park their ATVs so they can drive out in their desert. People have sailboats so they can go out and sail. Motorcycles that are run at tracks, race cars that are run at tracks. I'm not too sure what you mean by a vehicle. And it's not clear to me that what you're trying to enforce is something that is going to be a big problem for a lot of people. I understand that it's depreciative to the neighborhood, and I just want to get your understanding of what a vehicle is. And number 2, I would prefer that only the neighbors call about private property, not the code enforcement people. We don't need the sheriff enforcing this. They got enough work, and our code enforcement. We don't want them driving around looking on private property. But if a neighbor complains about a vehicle, whatever it is, I really don't know. And I'd like you to answer that if you could.
Thank you. I'm going to turn this over to Henry Noah, our Director of Planning.
Mayor, if I may, we are in the middle of a formal public hearing on this item, so we should get through all the public comments, and then if the council wishes the staff to address any of the items that were raised, then we can. But since this is a formal public hearing item, we should give all the public the chance to give their testimony.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll have Henry at the end of it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. The only other question that I would have, about this, again, is we already have a building code that mentions depreciation of property. I've got a guy parked on Terrebonne. He's got one Jeep in the garage, and he's got a trailer. He has 3 other cars there, and they're facing the street. I can't see whether they're registered or not. I'd have to call and say, it's depreciating to the neighborhood. It's bringing down the quality of the neighborhood. That's different for code enforcement to go out or the building inspector to go out rather than a code enforcement looking on private property. And, you know, it should be the neighbors that call. And I would appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'm not sure what a vehicle is by this definition. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have Henry come back to that after any further calls. Any additional calls?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
My name is Patrick Jones. I'm a little concerned about the city being involved with the vehicle code in the sense of if somebody is paying for a P&O and hypothetically they have 5 acres on their property in San Dimas and they want to drive their vehicle around on their private property, they're allowed to do that. I don't understand just because somebody only has a driveway how that is that the city wants to go after people who are following the rules and paying for a P&O because they are not going to drive it on the highway. And I think the city is getting involved in things that they shouldn't be involved with. If a car is a blight, then deal with that. But I don't think that code enforcement should be enforcing vehicle code violations on people's private property. That's just my opinion. Have a great night.
Next.
As of this time, there's no more callers, but if we could give it a couple minutes due to the time delay.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on. Mr. Nell, would you address Mr. Gonzalez's issue?
I have a
Mayor,
Hang on.
I'm sorry.
via Zoom.
We need to take the Zoom comment and also see if there's any written comments and anyone in the hallway as well.
Okay.
Okay, at this time, we are now taking oral communications for those of us who are joining through Zoom. If you wish to take part in oral communications and are joining us by an internet device, please locate the Zoom raise hand feature and click on the hand icon. For those who are dialed in through a phone, press star 9 on your phone now to raise your hand. You will be identified by your screen name for the internet device and by the last 4 digits of your caller ID for those that are dialed in. Participants will be called upon one at a time in the order the hand was raised. When called upon, please unmute your mic. From an internet device, click the microphone button at the bottom. From a dialed-in phone, please press star 6. Amanda L., it is now your turn to speak. Please unmute your microphone, state your name for the record, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, my name's Amanda. I was calling just to kind of clarify because a gentleman had called a few meetings ago in regards to his classic car. And I know we have several residents here in San Dimas that are really big classic car enthusiasts, and many of them do park their cars on their driveway, and sometimes they work on it a little bit, but they clean up everything at the end of the day. So he had brought up the fact that I believe he had been reported for a citation, and code enforcement came out and said he had to move the car, and there was a lot of back and forth on that. So I know we mentioned the Villa Verde resident and his son's car, who was a college student and wasn't using it. But what about those that, again, I know this was brought up by other callers as well, that have like their classic cars that don't fit in their garage, maybe for one reason or another, for safety reason, or, they don't have access to a backyard or something to park it, and they're not going to park it in a public storage facility because people are going to steal it. Those things are really expensive. People put a lot of time, energy, and money into it. And from what I'm understanding in regards to this code change, it's almost like you're making it easier for code enforcement to go ticket them and bring the city in money. And I just really think you're going to, unless you really work on the wording on this, you're really going to end up with, residents getting really upset with the city because now all of a sudden you're not allowed to own, a classic car. You're not allowed to own, this car that you bought, but it needs a little bit of, work before you can safely, for your own personal reasons, safely drive it. Maybe it is registered and it can technically safely drive on the highway. So in that way it's registered. But if a neighbor takes issue and reports it, then what do you do? So I just really do think that this definition of blight really needs to be defined a little bit better, because a car that is in good condition and is not actually physically a blight to the neighborhood, and it is registered, right now the way that it's set up, you can still cite them. So it's a little bit troubling. I really do hope that city and staff can work on the wording of it all to make sure that this isn't going to come back and, bite everybody in the butt. That's all. So that's it. Thank you. I just wanted to bring that case up again because a resident did call in regards to that.
Mayor, there are no more speakers at this time.
Did we receive any written comments?
Mayor, there were no written comments on this subject.
Thank you. All right, well, anybody else got anything?
Yeah, I actually do. In light of the comments, and just for clarity for the public, when I read the proposed amendment, the word blight, I don't believe, is in the municipal code at all. Is that correct? I'm not reading it in the proposed changes.
It's mentioned in one section, but there's no technical definition in the municipal code at this point.
Not in what we're proposing to amend, correct?
It's nowhere in the language that we're talking about or the section that we're talking about today.
Okay, and then as I'm reading this section 2 in its entirety, including the blue with the changing of the word, one word, to registered, if I read the inverse of that, that would mean that any vehicle that is registered, someone could have a registered vehicle that has a P&O in good condition parked on their driveway.
That is correct? Yes.
Correct. So if someone has a perfectly good car and it's in good order, or even if it's an older car but it's in good order and it's just got a P&O because of whatever the reason is, this person is not in violation of this section.
Correct.
That's right.
Thank you.
If I may, because I know there were several questions I would ask, and Henry, jump in at those too. Sure. What really is a vehicle? I mean, it's really any device that can be actually moved, except for that on a roadway that's not human powered or on a rail. And so, I mean, it's obvious kind of what it's going to be. In terms of private property, we're not enforcing somebody who wants to take their car on their backyard and drive it around and leave it in their backyard. That's not what we're enforcing. The problem we're having is right now, the rule on the books was focused on blight. And you're right, the word blight is in the findings in the creation of the code section. So it goes to your intent. That right now, we're just going to say a blighted condition is a car that, it's not legally able to be driven on the roadway. So it's P&O or it's expired registration, and that alone is good to go. If you can see it from the road, cite. And while we're just reactive with code enforcement, as soon as and this was going to happen in this case, as soon as somebody complains about one resident, that resident turns around and starts complaining about everybody else in the neighborhood that has the same condition, and here we go, codes going, tagging every car. The city becomes the bad guy because they're chasing down the fact that you didn't pay the DMV, your registration, but you're not necessarily really causing some physical or visual blight or negative condition in the neighborhood. And so the question really before you is, if you say no to this change, then we're saying, yeah, we're okay with doing that. So the guy that called in, the guy with a classic car can park on their driveway if the car is not having one of these conditions, and it can be unregistered. That's not a problem. But if you're working on a car and you're clearly showing a car that's inoperative and you're creating a nuisance, then no, you can't.
Wasn't the problem that he had a tarp over it? A tent-like?
I believe the tarp was the issue, not the fact that the car was a classic car.
There's nothing that says you can't have a car cover on a car as long as it's operative. Okay,
it was like a tent.
This was a tent, like a lean-to tent or something. He was using it as supportive as a garage because he was concerned about the paint job. And
I think the way the staff has written this is very clear. It's very specific. It makes a lot of sense. And you're just trying to alleviate a problem that we had that wasn't clear. It could be misused. And this is very, very common sense.
And I think, too, just a point of clarification, back to my original statement in terms of the municipal code text amendment, the word blight will not actually appear in the code. It may be in this document here, our municipal code text amendment, but when we actually adopt chapter 10.4.010, the actual word blight is not in there, correct?
No, it's public nuisance.
Right. Correct. So when someone goes, unless they actually come back to this document to understand the intent in this discussion, the general public, when they look at this for what's going to be enforced, it's going to be this language that we're talking about right here, right now.
Correct. And I think what it does for you, the appeal process would become the point at which you determine whatever that condition was, that it fit our intent when we passed this code.
Right.
Where before, in an appeal process, it was very clear what you were targeting, and I didn't think that was what we were intending, and this is why we're trying to clean it up.
Also, again, to clarify about one of the questions that was asked about defining a vehicle, I think in this context, if I am interpreting it correctly, vehicle is intended to be broad as a catch-all, and any specific vehicles that are controlled elsewhere in the code, like a boat or an RV or a trailer, are specifically defined in other sections, if I understand correctly.
Yes, and to add to what Mr. Constantine had mentioned, the intent for this section is for passenger vehicles, so your typical cars and trucks, vans, etc. But in our development code, it does talk about recreational vehicles, gives a definition, boats, recreational vehicles that we can live in, other hitch trailers and such, is specifically in our code and talks about the requirements for parking if you're going to park on your single-family residence.
Thanks.
I just have one question. That a resident has a vehicle, okay, registered vehicle, operative vehicle, has it parked in his driveway because he only uses the car on occasions as a third vehicle, or Sunday drives or whatever it is. So he parks his car with a car cover on it. Are we giving our code enforcement the license to go up and say, I want to see if your car starts? That's what, what I'm saying is that it can get, the extent of this can get pretty wild. And
no,
I mean, I've had people complain about our concerns of code enforcement, getting out in the middle of the day, middle of the night or something like that to find out if somebody's car is really operative.
No.
So that's my question.
It would be the visual public nuisance, so any of these broken windows or missing parts, wheels, etc.
So who's to determine that a car sitting in somebody's driveway with a car cover on it isn't a visual problem for somebody?
So car covers are allowed per our code. So they shouldn't be going and lifting a car
No
cover.
tents and stuff like that, I understand.
Yeah, tents aren't allowed.
Regular car covers, because there's a lot of people throughout our community that park its car outside and cover it up. Some people cover it up every night, it's like their baby.
Yeah.
It would have to be obvious from the roadway that it has these conditions.
Correct.
Trying to search it out is not what the intent is.
And to clarify as well, I think there's specific legal precedents that prohibits any entity of the government to lift a car cover and inspect a vehicle, even just for a license plate even. That's come up previously, and courts have said that that's not acceptable.
Okay. All right. Any further questions?
I would make a motion as soon as the title is read.
Okay, well, I want to have Henry address any of the other issues that Chris didn't, that Mr. Gonzalez had.
Yeah, Mr. Gonzalez brought up that code should be reactive, and that is our current practice. So we receive a complaint from the public, and then we will react to that complaint. Mr. Patrick Jones talked about a P&O. So our intent, like as discussed, is that it's not just a P&O, but it's other public nuisance items. So that's the intent of our code, the text amendment. And we talked about the classic car. The issue was the temporary structure, which isn't allowed. A car cover is allowed, but the person did not wish to utilize a car cover, and their car extended past, but I believe he was working on it, so that might have been the other reason, but I believe it was just the temporary structure is what he was asking for.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any further questions before we call it? Madam City Clerk, could you read by title?
Ordinance 1285, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Dimas, County of Los Angeles, California, amending the San Dimas Municipal Code, Chapter 10.40, abandoned vehicles.
Do I have a motion?
I so move that we waive further reading and introduce ordinance 1285.
All right. John and Dennis were talking at the same time, so one of you take the lead? Okay.
I'll second.
Thanks,
Second
John.
Dennis' motion.
Just a quick clarification that we are amending the ordinance to state unregistered versus unlicensed.
I think the change was the word is licensed to registered.
To registered, okay.
Because it says which is not currently licensed, so it would say
Okay,
which
so
is not currently registered.
Okay.
Okay, with that being said, Jeff, is there any legal reason why you need to look that up and study it and come back with a reasoning?
No, I think that's clear to use the word registered.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion by Dennis, second by John. Could you take a roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone,
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner,
Aye.
Councilmember Viana,
Yes.
Councilmember Weber,
Aye.
Mayor Bedar.
Yes.
Motion carries by 5-0 vote.
Thank you. We'll go to staff and city council reports.
No report tonight.
City manager? No. City attorney?
No reports.
Okay. Members of the city council. Council members report on meetings attended at the expense of the local agency.
No.
Hearing none. City council requests for future items, comments, and updates. John.
Okay, bear with me for a few comments here. First of all, you remember that 4 weeks ago we approved sending a letter of opposition to Senate Bill 9, which was a proposal to override city zoning and allow a lot of units. I mean, lately the estimate is from 6 to 8 on what is currently any single piece of residential property. We did that, and then I found out about a meeting I was alluded to earlier by Sean Casares that took place this past Saturday. It was a teleconference put on by Livable California. And the main speaker was this guy, Dick Platkin, who used to be an LA planner, and now he's a journalist. A couple of the points he made, which I think are reasonable to let you know about and have us think about. He takes issue with what he feels the current thinking is in our state legislature and by a lot of people, that every social problem can be solved by handing out incentives to private companies. And what this really does is provide an instant windfall for investors and speculators. Land values rise when you do that kind of thing, and without putting any kind of, it's sort of the idea that if you provide abundant housing, it will trickle down to be affordable housing. That hasn't happened anywhere. And so what it ends up being is you're not really providing affordable housing because there's nothing that says you have to make it affordable. It ends up just providing more market rate housing. And you can argue whether that's a good idea or not, but it's certainly not providing the affordable housing that it purports to do. And so we wrote a letter of opposition to that. That meeting was really pretty good. There was other things that a lot of people were talking, gave various points of view, but so that did that on Saturday. And then I was just going to say another thing was about another bill, Senate Bill 10. Senate Bill 10 is another one of these housing bills, again trying to incentivize a lot of housing. This one allows a city to change its zoning in certain areas of the city. There's certain, urban infill, transit rich, all those kinds of things, to allow up to 10 units per parcel. So basically an apartment building on any parcel you can imagine in San Dimas, as small as it could be, 10 units. And without, the main part about it is without any kind of CEQA review or evaluation on what the effects of that might be. So a city council, if it were so inclined, could just go ahead and do this without any kind of reason or telling the public, why it's not going to have a bad effect on the neighborhood. So on that one, I would like to bring it back at our next meeting. So that's April 9th, I think, something like that. April 13th, actually. Bring it back at that meeting with a potential of adopting a resolution or authorizing a letter of opposition to that one as well. And again, staff could provide the what the Senate bill is and maybe some information from pro and opposing sides, and we can decide whether a letter of opposition is in order.
I'm supportive of Councilmember Ebner's request.
Thanks very much, Ryan. Okay. The next thing that I would like to ask the council if they would like to do is there's a ton of housing bills out there, and there's some good ones and some bad ones. I talked this over with Chris a little bit, and I was thinking, well, we need a standing item about housing. Chris pointed out that there's so much to do with housing. Having a standing agenda item about housing in general could encompass so much. It would just overwhelm our staff, and it would be almost impossible to provide reports on all that every meeting. However, I'd like to just so if we could limit it to SB 9 and SB 10 and have staff track the progress and just have that on our agenda, kind of like the COVID and the Gold Line items, every meeting, so that if somebody wants to make a comment about it, has an update or that kind of thing, or if staff has noticed any movement or amendments, or the league's position, which has changed on this, by the way, on SB 9, they've changed from supporting it tentatively to opposing it unless it's amended. But anyway, I was wondering if we might want to put that as a standing item on future agendas.
Do I have anybody who wants a second? John, since you want it, I'll go ahead and second it.
Let's just try it out and see how it works. These are really insanely crucial bills for the future of what our single-family areas and not only that, but even multifamily areas are going to look like. Thank you for that. Let's see. I'm going to be meeting with Senator Portantino remotely or virtually on March 30th, a one-on-one meeting to talk about these things, SB 9, SB 10, and SB 15, which is his bill, as Sean Casares mentioned, which, and Sean explained it, but it's one that we might be able to support and might provide some affordable housing under the right conditions. So we're going to talk about that. I just wanted to express to him personally, I know I'm a little bit or pretty well, whatever, but I'd like to talk to him personally about that. So that's the next thing. And then lastly, sort of in the same vein, I was contacted by a relatively new organization, California Cities for Local Control, and they have a mission statement and asked if I could get on board with the mission statement. Ryan has already signed on. I did add my name as a supporter of the mission statement. Now, I'm not sure about all of their different things they're going to do, but I'm supportive of the idea of retaining control of housing zoning at the city level. They sent me a sample resolution regarding that subject, and I gave that sample resolution to Chris and Jeff. I'd like to agendize that resolution for the second meeting in April, so that would be the 27th. Now, on that one, I'd like staff, if possible, not a deep dive, but at least look at it and see if there's any suggestions for changes in it. Because I read the resolution, I just want it to fit San Dimas and what we think. And also, it would be a good idea actually to get out to the council a little early, just so they can. There's actually the sample resolutions on their website. This is another organization called localcontrolca.com, or California Cities for Local Control. So anyway, that's one thing. I'd just like to put that up for discussion. We may or may not want to adopt it, but at least get it out there in the open on the April 27th meeting. So wonder about that for you guys.
I'd second that.
And I, too, am supportive.
An interesting thing is that we've already lost control.
Come on, Dennis.
We're sliding backwards, but what's happening, I hope, is that there's a lot of people coming together and helping to push so that there's more support pushing back. We've lost a lot of the control, and we had the arguments about the ADUs and everything else. That's where we are. Can't change that right now, but going forward, we absolutely need to resist some of these ones that are just completely antithetical to what most communities are. I mean, one thing that was mentioned is that the single-family neighborhoods, they really are a benefit to communities of all kinds. If you look at communities of color and the single-family neighborhoods that are such good neighborhoods for them, and for the entire population, doing away with that is just bad for everybody. So anyway, that's where I think there's some support growing for all of that. Okay, the last thing actually, so that's all about housing, and thanks for indulging me in that. The last thing is just about the next meeting. We got a special meeting coming up next week on the commissions and the policy and everything. And I just wanted to clarify whether that's a study session, kind of like we had earlier this evening, or is it a regular city council meeting, a special meeting, but going to be run like a city council meeting as far as public comment and participation is concerned.
I can speak to that, and Mr. Ebner and I talked about this. There really is only, we refer to study sessions in a way that's actually no different. It is a special meeting where we're talking about a specific item, but the council can decide on how it takes the public input at that meeting.
Any discussion?
Well, there should be public input, I would think.
Right, I support the council format, the council meeting
Right,
format
council
for that
format,
meeting.
public comments.
But that would that mean that the comment's going to be at the beginning of the meeting?
Just like city council
Just like
meeting.
city council meeting. Okay?
To the mayor.
Okay. Any other comments concerning that?
That was what we were intending.
My comment is that for about 3 or 4 months, we've been talking about, not 3 or 4, about 2 or 3 months, we've been talking about having a study session. Time and time again, that word has been used, study session, to discuss the operation of the commissions and all that kind of thing. And typically these special sessions have been study sessions, and those, when we had a resolution or a vote a couple weeks ago about continuing the city council meeting process, which passed, and that's what we're doing, that's fine. Some members of the council specifically said about that motion that they were talking about a study session, not a council meeting. And so I think what we need to do is then call this a city council meeting as opposed to a study session. And I don't know when we would want to have a study session in that case, if you don't want to have public comment during the item.
Well, we've already decided to have public comments, John.
No, I mean a study session as we have in the past, all the time, when we'd be sitting in a room. Sometimes there'd be nobody there, so there'd be no comment. But a lot of times, if there are people there, the mayor, whether it was Emmett or Kurt, would invite people to speak from the chairs around us, not extensive speeches, but just comments. You know, what do you guys from the Historical Society think? But it was not relegated to just at the beginning of the meeting. I'm okay with whatever the decision is. I'm just saying it would not be consistent with other study sessions that we have had, including the one we just had this evening.
Comments?
Well, I understand the decision this evening the mayor made as related to the discussion point where oral communications fell. But I do believe in the spirit of consistency that even if it's a study session format, that the oral comments should be done at the beginning, consistent with the city council meetings. So having been on the prevailing side of this particular issue, I'm not opposed to calling it a special meeting of the city council and handling it consistent with a city council member if it clarifies the operation of the meeting. That's my take.
Right, I agree. There really isn't a problem.
Right.
Okay, no worries.
Okay.
That's all
Doesn't
I have to
require
say.
any kind of a vote. The consensus is that we'll continue it as a city council meeting. So oral communications will be at the beginning of the meeting like normal.
Right.
Sure.
Yep.
All right.
Right?
That's all I had. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Dennis?
Oh, well, I have 2 dates here. The great bridge is coming to San Dimas in Bonita and Cataract, and supposedly they're going to start that in August of 2021, so that's a few months away. And the gold line will be finished in January of 2025, and it goes to Metro, and Metro takes 3 months to work all the little things that are wrong with it out and to test it, and maybe in March of 2025 we'll be able to ride the gold line if you so choose, and that's it.
Eric?
Just wanted to touch on a couple of things that Gary Enderle was talking about from earlier. If I was mistaken, I'll apologize if I said I met with Zach and I was mistaken. I think I was recalling the meeting that he was referring to between him and the architectural chair, which I thought was Zach, but it's certainly possible that I didn't recall that correctly. And to touch on his question of where the transparency was, the whole reason that he was able to determine where donations came from is because I entered that information myself into a public database that's accessible by him for transparency purposes. So I just wanted to clarify that. And then lastly, it was a pretty tough week for my family and I. I made what seemed like probably the toughest decision that I've ever had to make, and we lost a loyal friend of ours, our dog Duke, that we had for 13 years. My 6-year-old is absolutely beside himself right now. He lost his friend, which is understandable, but it absolutely just breaks my heart. And not that anybody needs a reminder, but give your own pets at home tonight a little extra love or a special treat for us. They definitely deserve it. So thanks.
Ryan?
Thank you, Mayor. I will first start and say, John, I love your energy on housing. That is a nice renewal, and I look forward to some of these discussions coming ahead. As John indicated, I am supportive of this coalition he referred to earlier and signed on some time ago, and I'm hopeful that the city then, hearing his interest and perhaps the others, will pass that resolution supporting local control. To Eric, I know yesterday about Duke, I'm sorry, and I know Cole is, hopefully all dogs go to heaven and all that stuff made it to your playlist, and my thoughts and prayers are with you guys and your family and Duke. I also wanted to clarify a couple things from the president of the Villa Verde Ridge Homeowners Association, Mr. Anderle, and his architectural committee chair, Zach. I did meet with them, and to be frank, there was conversations, there was discussion about organizing a meeting with the city. Emails were sent and discussions were had with the city. And next thing you know, as it was talked about tonight, the Villa Verde Ridge Homeowners Association sent a letter from their attorney on behalf of their board to the city. Anybody that wants to see that, it is in the public record. And that was a pretty clear communication from their board to the city as it related to their position, and it wasn't too much longer thereafter that this matter was before the city and the council and what have you. So bottom line is, if anyone's following this, and as many of you know, I am a president of a homeowners association here in town. I understand there's efforts to put together a coalition of homeowners, and I too have heard from other homeowner presidents, homeowner association presidents, and board members who have asked about this, and I've clarified and shed some light on what the I guess the politics, as some have called it, behind this. So I do invite any member of any homeowners association that would like some clarification regarding these issues and why this issue is being framed the way it is, and where the areas of responsibility are between the city and the homeowners association and the lines with the CCNRs. Feel free to give me a call. My number 909-480-1960. And I would be absolutely happy to meet with you and have a discussion. And I invite any member of the Villa Verde Homeowners Association Board of Directors or any member who wants to chat to give me a call as well, and happy to have that dialogue. Last thing is two things. Number one is, as of yesterday, the deaths from COVID-19 in our city were 84, and reported from the Department of Public Health. COVID-19, while it seems to be winding down and we have advanced to another tier in this game of Jumanji, it seems, we're advancing towards potentially another tier tier again in the near future if things continue the way they are. That being said, FEMA has announced assistance to those who have experienced deaths as a result of COVID-19. $2 billion was allocated. That's approximately $7,000 per family for COVID-19 related funeral expenses, and that's starting in April. The costs, the assistance can assist with costs for caskets, urns, burial plots, headstones, and other required costs. It does not include costs for obituaries, flowers, printed materials, catering, transporting of guests to funeral services, and gratuities. For anyone that's interested in that, the eligibility requirements for FEMA are the funeral expenses were incurred after January 20th, 2020. The death must have occurred in the United States. The death certificate must say that the cause of death was COVID-19, and the applicant must be a U.S. citizen, non-citizen national, or legal immigrant of the United States, but the deceased does not need a specific legal status. So for anyone that wants to apply for that, you would need an official death certificate, funeral expenses documents, and proof of funds received from other sources. So if you're interested in that, you can visit the FEMA website for more information to be able to get that. And I would also ask that the city makes links available to that information when it is posted on the FEMA website for any families that may need that assistance. Lastly, my thoughts and prayers were with all those impacted by the tragedy of the mass shooting event yesterday in Boulder, Colorado. I think it's a very sad time, and my prayers and thoughts are with everybody. I hope everyone has a safe week, and we'll see you at the next council meeting.
Okay. And I would ask the city attorney to step in at any time if any of my comments are off base. Okay? First off, I want to address the fact that Gary Hinderly made a comment about me reading off a printed piece of paper when I made my vote. Okay? Yes, he's absolutely right. I did. But what he can't see and he can't get into my mind is I had 4 separate answers. I did not make a decision until the end. So all 4 answers were the options that we had. So yes, I did read off a document. Addressing another issue is I do return calls. Gary knows I do. Jan Bartolo knows I do. And anyone else who's ever called me and left me a message, I have returned the call. And not to say I'm infallible and that I might have missed something, but I call. When I was requested to meet with their board, I told them the reasons why. I had a very extensive conversation with one of their board members and explained the reason why. And that is not going to change. The position is, to me, one side of the coin was your homeowners board, the other side was the residents that are living up at the top of the hill who feel like they've been abandoned. Okay, so I didn't want to get into this tit for tat. I wanted to hear what the staff report was, and that's where I based my decision on, and that's where it's at, and I make no apology for that. Okay. When he addressed Ms. Lamb's issue, period, okay? I would like to, and I'm going to ask somebody from the council to weigh in and second it or something. I'd like to see or hear from the planning department how many projects were approved up there based on this 200 cubic yards theory. Because the way I understand it, the homeowners association has the ability to approve or deny it. I would like to know how many projects were approved up there and how many were denied by the homeowners association. Because in my opinion, the homeowners association, if they went along with that, they acquiesced to that to that building permit that was given, or to that grading permit. So I'm not sure exactly, but this has been going on for 2 or 3 decades, and there's a lot of projects up there that I believe are bigger than 200 cubic yards being moved. So somebody had to approve it. The city approved it, but the homeowners association had to come back and approve it. Am I wrong? Okay, so I would like to hear what a report is, because they're saying one thing, the homeowners association is saying one thing, the city's saying another. I'd like to know what we're doing wrong, because all I heard was them is the city was lacking in meeting with the homeowners association on this particular issue. And I don't know if that's true or not true, but I would like to know for sure how many permits were given to people to do it, and if the homeowners, anything in there that says the homeowners association approved it first. Because I understand they're supposed to go to the homeowners association, then they come to the city. That's the way I understand it's supposed to work. So I would imagine if they don't have approval from there, they know they're not going to do it, because ultimately they're the I don't want to say bad guy, but they're the person that's responsible for their homeowners association. We are responsible for the grading. If I'm wrong, please let me know. Otherwise, I'd like to have somebody, back my play.
I'm supportive of that. Okay. The only point of clarification, Mayor, is in terms of the request itself, I'm not sure that we would know the projects that never were approved because they didn't get to the city, but I think we should be able to identify projects that were approved from the Via Verde Ridge Homeowners Association that came to the city, and any ones that we may have denied if we did any. Is that correct?
If I understand the request, is for staff to identify all the projects that had grading done above and beyond what was in the Muni Code, and then to determine of those projects the action that the HOA took, specifically the approvals.
But just to be clear, the number above and beyond the municipal code in plain English means the number is 0. So there is no a legal number at this point. So we're looking at every project that had grading, that was any grading that offends the code,
with the exception of what was allowed, which is driveways,
right,
the residences.
Right. Okay, and then because at some point DPRB approved a 200 cubic yard addition, but when we approved it here, the homeowners association had to look at it also. Okay, so subsequently they acquiesced to our screw up. Is that right?
That's the presumption. By my understanding and discussion with the HOA, the historical path would be the project's path would first go to an HOA before it came to the city.
Okay, so thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Ryan. Okay, and the last thing is pretty dear to me. This so-called perception of a voting block. I, for one, was voted and elected by this community to make a decision and to try to do the right thing. Each and every member of this council was elected to do the same thing. I keep hearing that 3 of you are voting one way, 2 of you are voting another. I've been on the council now for 13 or 14 years. Okay, I can remember in my early days, I was accused of siding with Jeff Templeman because Jeff Templeman came out of law enforcement. Has nothing to do with law enforcement. I have a job to do as an elected council person. And I'm getting doggone tired of having to listen to people tell me that I'm stuck voting with certain people. Okay, the reality is I will vote with whoever I believe is writing on the right side of it. I voted with John, I voted with Dennis, I voted with everybody up here, and I'm just fed up with listening to people who think they know what's going on and they think they can get into my mind. And anyone wants to call me personally and talk about it, everybody has my cell phone. Okay, we got a job to do up here. Okay, we're doing it to the best of our ability, and if you can do it, then run, because that's That's the heart of our whole society, is the local politics. What's here right now, okay? And I absolutely agree that we don't always get it always right. But I do agree that nobody up here on this table and up at the TV set over there is up here to just undermine everybody. If I agree with John, I'll vote with John, and John has to be honest with himself, and he knows that. Okay, every one of us have a different vision of what we see. If these two guys are right in my mind, that's all. Everybody's going to be in my mind. I'm going to vote with them. If Dennis is right, you know, I'm using repetition right now, but it's just doggone short-sighted of people who want to believe just because three of us come out of the law enforcement cycle of life. Okay? I was elected in 2007. Ryan was elected 3 years ago. Eric was elected 1 year ago. And the bottom line to it is, we're elected by the general population of this community, not because we were law enforcement, or maybe we were elected because of law enforcement. Maybe there are people out there who believe in the rule that we're a law-abiding city. So I'm just want to make it clear, okay? Don't. You know, you can do what you want. You're allowed to call in and speak your mind, but I'm telling you right now, it's very unfair for you to classify somebody because they agree with somebody else over an issue. John and I and Dennis and I have totally different politics concern about either liberal or conservative or whatever, but this dais, by the way this city is nonpartisan. And it has to remain nonpartisan because we represent everybody in this community. So that's what I got to say, and we'll close. We're going to go into a closed session, the successor agency and the City Council's closed session conference with real property and the negotiators. On the 112 North Cataract, 108 North Cataract, and I believe, and 344 West Bonita, and I believe John has to recuse himself.
Yes, I will.
And John, I got to tell you straight up, I wish you were in these meetings. I'm sorry that the legislature doesn't allow it. Thank you. Okay, I'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Like being in TV. Wait around for the camera. It's the Okay, the City Council met in closed session tonight to discuss the real property negotiations item on the agenda. Staff and the council had a discussion, and council gave direction to staff, but no reportable action was taken tonight, and the meeting is now adjourned.